Guys, we're about to get started. We're live. We're live now, guys. We're live. Shalom, everybody. Shalom. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're back at it again. Shout out, Sword of Truth family, Kawakab in Guatemala, Mayataza in London. The brothers and sisters that are part of the congregation out there. Hope everybody's doing well today. Also, shout out to Trimmer Wisdom family, Houston, Quackazat, Virginia, Kazakia, and NY, Rochester, Zion. I hope our brothers are doing well, fighting a good fight, getting this word out. And we're going to get started in class shortly. We're going to send our prayers to the Most High, give the Most High his honor and respect, and then get back to work and get this word out. Much. Birthday, how about Shem Yahushai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahushai?
How nothing to know. Award. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us light this day. Thank you. So be it.
Okay, it's like you good.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahushai? Birthday, how about Shem Yahushai?
Nothing to know. Rayak. Naya The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. You know what? I did that the wrong way. Slack you. Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahushai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahushai?
Nothing to know. Hashabbath. Bashalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahoya, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemaiah, Ra'ratiza, Ra'ah, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashamoyah, Hana, Yala'ah, Nawam, Wala'ah, Your son, Shashamamar, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemoyah, Yahweh, Tazalia, Al, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Kalabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashmoyah, Makol, Right, Yashmoyah, Nepasha, Yahweh, Yashmoyah, Hawalakia,
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Aman.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abinadab, Shabbat Shemayah, Kodesh, Hayah, Shankah, Yahweh, Malak with Kah, Sabbath, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Bar Ratazak, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayah, Nethanel, Lachom, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachano, Chawatino, Kasalachano, Chawatino, Wala'at, Fabiano, go to side one, Abo, Hawashano, Mayan, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapa,
Amen. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. Lord's Prayer in English. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. No, Lord's Prayer.
No, we just need that.
Okay, I'm sorry. La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Asaya, Ayat, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other power before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Ta'ina, Laka, Pasal, Wala'ah, Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Talachwacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of thy power in vain.
4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6. La'ah, Karatazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Tala'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Daganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'ina, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Ta'chamat, Ko, Ashura, La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything as thy neighbor.
Okay. Birthday, how about Shem Yahushai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahushai? Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshavian.
Everybody seated?
I know we did 3 waves of Israel going to captivity and slavery, and then 3 waves of returning back from captivity and slavery over the process of time. And we went through a lot of that time period.
You're talking about last week, right?
Last week, yeah. Week we caught up. We did a lot of catching up on time period, time work, and showing the nation, of course. But there was 3 waves from leaving excursion from Israel to Babylon. And there was 3 waves to Babylon over a process of time. I know we're dealing with the kingship, and that kingship fell. Now we're dealing with the decline of the priesthood of the nation, right?
Yep. Just finishing responding real quick to this text.
God.
Yeah.
And just dealing with that information, it just makes it a lot more clear why it's so important to have morality as far as leadership and morality in the social element too. There's a lot of you deal with the social element. We dealt with that. I think 2 weeks before that, we dealt with the social collapse with the elites.
Yep. So what we're going to do now, we're going to finish off 2nd Ezra chapter 1. Then we're going to go back on track, and not on track. We're going to go back and continue with Nehemiah next week if we can complete this class this week. I'm kind of recalibrating where I was going to take things, because Ezra, there's a lot of depth there. There's a lot of intricacies, and I'd rather just keep us on the historical path that we've been going the entire time. We go into 2nd Ezra 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a lot there. And we can go take that a different time, a different direction. We'll get to that later. But we do want to finish where we started off in verse 24. You know, Shamshuan and Dawiyat kind of led it up to verse 24 and got us in a situation. And they brought out different elements of our collapse, our gradual decline leading up to verse 24. And I want to kind of recap what we already talked about in verse 24 and kind of push forward. So let's get 2nd Ezra chapter 1, verse 24. Kariah, first man up.
You ever wrap it up?
I gotta talk about that. Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Shahala.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Bala Shah, Bala Shah. I mentioned. Right? Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatam.
Barakah got you on the right. All right.
Okay. So, let's read 2nd Ezra, chapter 1, verse 24. We're going to take our time on this chapter and on this verse because there's a lot of meat there. Let's read that.
2nd Ezra, chapter 1 and verse 24. What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob, thou Judah, wouldst not obey me? I will turn me to other nations, and unto those will I give my name, that they may keep my statutes.
So, we started off in verse 24 2 weeks ago explaining that the Davidic line, the kings and the princes of Israel, the Most High had a problem with the kings and princes of Israel and how exploitative they were, how they took advantage of the poor.
Yep.
They took advantage of the widows and the fatherless and the defenseless people. And they constantly crafted schemes to extort money, hustle them, get the most out of their money. They constantly created and crafted approaches to the degradation of the nation. And what the Most High did is, because the princes and the kings were so corrupt, going back into verse 4, he says, thou Judah and Jacob wouldst not obey me, I will turn me to other nations, and unto those will I give my name. I want to first start off with he's going to turn to the other nations. Okay?
Now, didn't you go into partially, I believe 2 weeks on the recap?
Yeah, that's what I'm going into right now.
You went into the why.
Exactly. What was the... Well, before I went to the why, I went to the what. When he says he's going to turn to the nations, he actually literally turned to the physical nations because the Most High felt that the nations would at least deal with the poor and the defenseless and the fatherless and the widows better than the exploitative princes and kings of Judah did. So what happened after we fell? He put Nebuchadnezzar in charge of us, sent us out to Babylon. So who now was responsible for the poor and the weak? Who was responsible for them? It was Nebuchadnezzar. And then after Nebuchadnezzar's reign ended, and that got to a point where there was a bad leader in the Babylonian Empire, the Most High uprooted them out and sent Cyrus in, King Cyrus from the Persian Empire. And we read that Cyrus was prophesied in the book of Isaiah to give Israel a chance and bring us back to our homeland. So the Most High started using the other nations to deal with our people. Because once again, we showed generation after generation of the generation that if we had the power, if we had the reign over our people, we would exploit the sick and exploit the weak.
And they would not be a priority. And the validation of that point, and the proof of that point, is going to the medieval time period. We harken this a little bit, not too much. When we ruled Europe, our people ruling Europe, we had extreme gap between rich and poor.
Yeah.
We had a feudalist situation where let them eat cake, let them just figure out how they're gonna let them fend for themselves.
Yes.
But it is about this castle. It's about this bloodline. It's about these elites. But the bottom people on the bottom, let them figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a second opportunity after the collapse. I'm sorry, down the line. In the Middle Ages, we had an opportunity to show the Most High that we're gonna be fair to our poor, and we fell in that again.
So I don't even want to go back in the Middle Ages yet.
Right.
I just want to focus on the period that we're in now.
Okay.
And how we showed that we weren't ready to handle that responsibility. So the Most High put the nations over us to humble us. Because after this, kingship in Israel never happened again. So once we lost the kingship, whose opportunity now was it to lead? Does anybody know? After princes and kings were pushed to the side, we got brought back to Israel. Who was the ruling class at this time? The priests were the ruling class now. And the people flowed unto the priests for guidance, for strength, and for leadership and direction. Now we're going to sit back here and we're going to show and prove and explain how the priesthood misused and misappropriated their position as well. Okay? And what Christ and what the Most High had to do in response to our misappropriation and taking advantage of the people at that time. Mm-hmm.
This was after we got brought back into our land.
Yes, because when Cyrus came in and brought us back, it was Zerubbabel, which is a man, brother, a Judite, but it was Jeshua who was the high priest, and he was the one in charge of the restoration of the temple. Okay, Zerubbabel was the middleman that had the relationship with King Darius, but Jeshua was the spiritual advisor and leader that was supposed to reestablish and reconstruct the order in Israel back into serving the Heavenly Father again. Okay, now with that being the case, let's read verse 24 again, because this verse is a twofold meaning in this verse. We explained 2 weeks ago about how the nations, the physical nations, were put in the stead of the kings. Now we're going to read about the other side of this. Read on.
Second Ezra chapter 1 and verse 24.
Mm-hmm.
What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob, thou Judah, wouldest not obey me? I will turn me to other nations, and unto those will I give my name.
Now it goes into not just he's going to other nations. He says he's going to give these other nations his name. That's not talking about he's going to sit back and give the Romans the Most High's name. Mm-mm. He's not going to give the Greeks the Most High's name. He's not giving the Persians, Medes, and the Babylonians his name. Now we're going into another extended element of what this verse is talking about. When he says he's going to give the nations his name, what we're going to prove today is that those nations also mean the Jews and the Israelites that were scattered abroad from all the other captivities. You know, since the first diaspora in around 700 some odd BC, when the Assyrians took over the northern kingdom, we got shipped out and scattered all throughout the world. We were already in Europe. We were already in Greece. We were already in Asia Minor, which is where Galatia and Cilicia is. We were already in those major hubs where Paul and the apostleship ended up spreading out to teach. We were already in Egypt. We were all around the world, and in the Hebrew community, those Jews that were scattered abroad were referred to as what? Gentiles. Those Jews that were scattered abroad, who didn't know who they were, who were alienated from their history, were referred to as nations.
And it makes sense because they dress like nations, they talk like nations, they walked like nations, and they acted like nations.
They had the citizenship of the nations.
Did you want to go Zondervan?
We'll go into that in a little bit.
Okay.
With Zondervan.
Yeah, Gentiles and Greeks versus Greeks. So you can show one is who adopted the culture, the language.
Okay.
You know, so that it explains what they adopted and why they would be considered Gentiles.
We will. We want to go. I'm just prefacing what verse 24 is going into, and then we're going to prove it. Okay, but we will get to that at a certain point of the explanation. So yes, so that these nations that are going to be called by the Lord's name is talking about these Israelites that don't know who they are, who are going to be the ones who carry on the word of word of Christ. What the Most High is going to show us through these scriptures is the Levitical priesthood. The Most High took that priesthood from Levi because they misappropriated their opportunities, just like the princes and kings misappropriated their opportunities. As you sit back here, and after the fall of 70 AD, what happened to the priesthood? The priesthood was wiped off the map.
Which we know that when the veil was torn.
Well, that was the symbolic meaning behind what was eventually going to happen afterwards. Because once the temple was ransacked in 70 AD, there was no more high priest. And after that, but the veil represented the end of the Levitical priesthood taking responsibility for the sins of the nation. Because the Most High was eradicating them because of their example. And after Levitical priesthood got wiped out, then it was about Most High was going to sit back and deal with individual brothers and sisters who were committed to serving the Heavenly Father and the Spirit of Christ working through them. That's what we're going to explain today. Okay?
Well, that's how you get camps now.
That's how you get camps and small churches of people of all different tribes that sit back here and teach the word of the Most High. I heard a brother tell me a couple of days ago that he was teaching. He was the brother that was head of the camp was a non-Judite, and he met with a brother that was a Judite. He had a good conversation with him. He said, "Man, I like what you're doing over here, man. The only problem is Judites have to run camps, man. It can't be other tribes." I'm like, whoa, where'd this come from? A Judite has to run a camp?
That's crazy.
That's crazy talk. Just because the Most High said that Judah was the head tribe doesn't mean that the Spirit is always with Judah and Judah only. Because if that's the case, we better find Levites here. If there's not a Levite in the camp, it's not a real camp.
It's not a real camp.
If that's the case, if we're going to go off that premise, then the Levite has to be the head of the spiritual side of the camp.
We must get a Levite.
And then we had to prop him up to be the top guy.
He's the guy.
Because he's Levi. Get out of here, all right? So what do you want to say? I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that we're reading about the last Judites being in power. in the time of Ezra.
Yeah, they were the princes.
They were the princes.
They dropped the ball.
Yeah, that's what we're reading. That's where we are now. Yeah. Judah had it and they clutched. Yeah. And now was it. They fumbled the bag.
They fumbled the bag, huh?
They fumbled the spiritual bag. We're not saying that Judah can't lead at all. We're just saying this is not exclusive just to Judah.
It's not.
And
Judah
Christ is open.
Yeah.
Christ opened the whole thing up because Judah, as princes and kings, didn't treat the people right. The Levites, as the high priest, didn't treat the people right. And listen, I'm prefacing what the class is about before we go into it. This is why I want to take a lot of time just in verse 24. And this is why I'm sitting back here saying, man, we're going to be in the second Ezra forever if we take this time on each of these chapters. So we're going to take our time here, explain it, and move forward. All right? So let's explain the scenario first. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 7, verse 1 through 14. I think this is fitting because Zechariah, this book was written before Ezra's time. This book was written before Ezra's time, but during the time of Reconstruction, the temple was reestablished in 515 BC. So let's read now. Ezra had to be in the 530s. 530s, 540s, if I'm not mistaken. But let's read this, sir.
God. Zechariah chapter 7, verse 1. It says, "And it came to pass in the 4th year of King Darius, that the word of the Most High came unto Zechariah in the 4th day of the 9th month, even in Chesleu."
So, 9th month is around December. So they're saying in the 4th year of King Darius is when the word of the Most High came to Zechariah. Okay, the 4th year of King Darius was approximately 518 BC. So around 518 BC, 3 years before the temple was completed, okay, the Most High started communicating to Zechariah at this particular time. Read on.
It says, when they had sent unto the house of the Most High, Sherezer and Regamelech and their men, to pray before the Most High, and to speak unto the priests which were in the house of the Lord of hosts, and to the prophets, saying, shut out.
So the Most High told Zechariah to go and speak to these men, Sherezer, Regamelech, and to the priests and to the prophets that were all situated in Jerusalem, and to ask them these questions. Read on.
It says, should I weep in the 5th month, separating myself as I have done these so many years? Then came the word of the Lord of hosts unto me, saying, speak unto all the people of the land, and to the priests, saying, when ye fasted and mourned in the 5th and 7th month, even those 70 years, did ye at all fast unto me?
So he's like, listen, the Most High has seen all the spiritual theatrics that the priests were doing. In the 5th month, the 7th month, all this fasting for the Most High to come through and bless them and bring the temple back to Jerusalem and to change the spirit of Darius, obviously, to grant us the opportunity to rebuild. All the Most High has heard all the prayers, but the question the Most High is asking, were you even fasting for me?
And Elijah last night, referencing this class, went in partially to Israel's masterful when it comes into holding on to a spiritual routine. Israel will masterfully maintain a ceremony. Israel will masterfully maintain a ritual and be ritualistic, but Israel will lack the spirit
and the right intention behind it.
And that's the problem that you're seeing the Most High have in this.
Because what the spirit is the execution.
The spiritual execution.
Yeah, the spirit. Listen, I'm praying, but do I have the spirit or the focus or the mind to actually accomplish what I'm saying I want to accomplish? But keep going what you're saying.
Or are we being circular and ritualistic and celebratory, but we're not keeping the meaning? Because when you go into the, I'm not gonna harp on it, but all the different sacrificial laws and other laws in general, there was a spiritual meaning behind every law. There's a spiritual meaning to thou shalt not kill. It doesn't mean you just stab somebody. I'm not supposed to kill, but before you kill somebody, there's a certain way you gotta look at them. Right. That's what we gotta feel about them.
Yep.
I'm disgusted with this person.
And that's got to be nurtured.
I hate this person. I'm done with this person. I want to see. It's a buildup of negative thinking. And now I want to kill this person. It's a buildup to that. So to get to the execution, there's a negative buildup. But the same thing goes for the celebrations. We're celebrating God. We love God. We're having a holiday. It's holiday season. But the spirit behind it, the mentality behind it was hollow.
You gotta get a scripture on that too.
Yes, sir.
Isaiah 29:13.
Isaiah chapter 29 and verse 13.
Read that.
It says, wherefore the Most High said, for as much as this people...
The Most High knows his people very well. He knows us because he created us. And he understands us in and out thoroughly. Read on.
It says, wherefore the Most High said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth.
We have a lot of lip service. Our people love to talk about the Most High.
Praise worship.
Praise
and praise.
How you doing, brother? Blessed and highly favored. We love to claim spirituality, and we love to talk about the Most High. And is the Most High in your life, and what the Most High is doing for me? He said, "What's the problem the Most High got with us is that we're always talking about him, and he's always in our mouth." Read on.
It says, wherefore the Most High said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth, and with their lips do honor me.
Go ahead.
But have removed their heart far from me.
Is that there's a disconnect between what their mouth says from what the way their mind thinks, and that's what that's the problem the Most High has. There's a contrast between what they do versus what they say, and it's a polar opposites.
Yeah.
Read on.
It says, and their fear toward me is taught by the precept of men.
And they'll hold on to a superstition in a heartbeat. We'll hold on to a superstition as if a superstition is law, but we think that's spiritual. Yeah. But what's really spiritual is to do what you say. You say you serve the Most High, you love the Most High. What's better then is to do it in action.
Yeah.
Versus just saying it with your mouth.
Yeah.
And that's the problem Most High got with us. He knows us. We do this all the time.
God. So what he's establishing here is the hypocrisy runs just as deep with the priesthood as the hypocrisy ran deep with the kings and princes. Okay? You familiar with that verse? Let's go back now to verse 6 in Zechariah 7 and 6.
Zechariah chapter 7 and verse 6. It says, and when ye did eat, and when ye did drink, did not ye eat for yourselves and drink for yourselves?
What he's saying is all they eat wasn't the praying and the fasting was based upon selfishness, and the eating and drinking was based upon selfishness. He's like these priests that were supposed to represent the Most High. All of your actions, whether you're in fast mode and praying mode, or in consuming and operating mode, is always about you. It's not about the people you're supposed to be responsible for. He's going to explain that. Read on.
Verse 7. Should ye not hear the words which the Most High had cried by the former prophets, and when Jerusalem was inhabited and in prosperity?
He says, why don't the priest, instead of focusing on fasting and all this praying, just go back and read the history of what was done when Israel was on top. How spiritual the priests were, how spiritual the kings were, and how their priorities and decisions were based on taking care of the people. If we want to, listen, the thing is this, if we want to praise the Most High, we should praise the Most High in overcoming what's inside of us. That's the greatest way we can praise the Heavenly Father. And change. Obedience is better than sacrifice. To obey and change what's inside of you was way better than a bunch of pomp and circumstance. Yelling and dancing and singing and doing all this jive stuff. Just go and change what's inside of you. Keep your mouth shut and keep it stepping.
And it's very close to the scripture says that let it not be the outward adorning. Right?
Yep.
And it was referencing the women of Israel.
But it's the same thing with us, with the men.
But we're the Most High's
woman
according to scriptures.
Yep.
So this plaiting of the hair, this outward adoring and wearing the jewelry, decking out and fringing up and having changeable outfits, it shows that I am on the external level. I am very presentable. But if we were to be inside out, we're not the same presentable. Christ went there when it came to the sepulchres of the Pharisees. They're like whited sepulchres. When you go to a grave place out, you go to a cemetery, and it's the most beautiful. Oh, I mean, these headstones are immaculate. Man, marble. They're well inscribed. They're beautiful. Sometimes they have angels on them.
Yeah,
very beautiful. But inside the casket is dead men's bones and worms, depending on how
rotting flesh.
Rotting flesh, and that's the reference to the priesthood in Christ's time period.
Yeah, we're gonna go into that soon. You're right. So let's continue.
Okay. It says, verse 7. Should ye not hear the words which the Most High had cried by the former prophets, when Jerusalem was inhabited and in prosperity, and the cities thereof round about her, when men inhabited the south and the plain?
He said, when the Jews were in the city prospering and in the countrysides prospering, what were the priests doing? What were the kings doing? How did they operate? Why aren't the priests at the time of Reconstruction going back to figure out how to operate when things were right? That's the first thing you would do. If a camp is collapsing, if a school is collapsing, the first thing you do is how when things were working, what were men doing?
Yeah.
That's what you should do. Let me go back into what was working when the camp was potent, and let's try to fight to keep that standard. The Most High is saying the same thing to the priests now. Everybody wants to fast and pray and go through this routine instead of doing the right thing.
They say amongst amongst marriage, they say a man discontinues doing the same thing that he did with a woman that he did when he met a woman, but over time he doesn't keep up those same habits, that same I'm watching everything that's wrong with you. Mm-hmm. I'm concerned about your well-being, your welfare. Those same I'm taking you out. I'm considering you. The same thing it took to get the woman, those things go out the window years down the line. Mm-hmm. The Most High saying the same thing. Listen, when our relationship was at its best, what were y'all doing when our relationship was at its best? Mm-hmm. And if you don't know what's wrong, if you can't see now, what you're doing now is not working. Why not go back to what you were doing in the beginning that worked to where our relationship was at its height, at its best moments? Okay. Because over time, what we end up doing is we end up it's the at a time of prosperity, there's a forgetfulness of affliction. At a time of affliction, there's a forgetfulness of prosperity. So we're short-sighted. We're short-sighted when it comes to what works. Yeah. We're quick to forget, man, this was working for us.
Yeah. And Zechariah, Mosiah is going to explain through Zechariah what template we were supposed to operate with and what we were supposed to be looking at in the past to show the Most High we cared. Let's read verse 8.
Verse 8. Zechariah chapter 7, verse 8. And the word of the Most High came unto Zechariah, saying, Thus speaketh the Most High of hosts, saying, Execute true judgment, and show mercy and compassions, every man to his brother.
He's like, listen, when things were going right in Israel, true judgment was being executed. Whether it was the rich or the poor, they were getting equal justice. Yeah. There wasn't preferential treatment. There wasn't extortion. There wasn't one-sided judgments.
Bribes going.
There wasn't bribes. He says when Israel was flourishing, things were done across the board the right way. The men at the top couldn't get away with slothfulness and weakness. The men at the bottom couldn't get away with slothfulness and weakness. It was just judgment across the board.
They say when the white man came to America, they said that amongst the native tribes, Gad, Reuben, and they said that there was no homelessness amongst the Native Americans when the white man arrived. But when you look at America now, you got Skid Row in L.A. You got homeless centers and camps set up,
little small towns,
villages set up in Austin. Yeah, got this outrageous Tennessee. Got these outrageous.
Oakland, bro, was bad.
Homeless populations.
San Fran's crazy too.
Yeah, San Francisco like Welcome to the Terror Dome. What's that? The Mad Max out there. Mad Max, like Mad Max out there.
Seattle.
Yeah, so
Seattle too.
Yeah.
You got all these homeless encampments out everywhere in America. Yeah. You got a woman that was homeless in Florida just got ate by alligators the other day. Body chopped in half because she was homeless. Nobody even knew till the guy saw the alligator, saw her legs hanging out his mouth. You know what I'm saying? So it shows you that there is no concern, and all the wealth is getting pushed overseas to political agendas and wars. Yeah. But people getting eaten by alligators.
But you sit back here and when Biden's at the White House, man, the jobs are up, everything's going good.
All the paperwork,
the numbers are legit.
The numbers he got, they got.
You're like in America, it's been good. It's been like this since Clinton.
We're 10%
money's going good. Everybody's making money. There's jobs.
Oh, for him.
Yeah,
there's jobs for him.
Jobs that money come from Ukraine back to him. We getting
the best have been for him.
Yeah. But the regular people are suffering.
Suffering, bro.
And this is how you know it's an indicator that the end is near. That there's going to be a change of empire.
They say amongst artists or you could judge. They say in art you could judge a society by how they paint their women. Mm-hmm. Like when you look at the ugly, not Madonna, but Mona Lisa. She's kind of thick. She's kind of chubby. that's a sign of the colony or the country flourishing. That's a sign of flourishing economy. He said, but when the women are painted real thin and frail,
Emasculate.
they're not emasculate, but they're not feminine. They're feminine, but they get skinny.
Yeah.
And that's the sign of beauty. That's also a sign of a degrading society. But the Most High, the way He looks at us is when the poor are flourishing, when the poor are taken care of, that's a sign of a healthy economy or a healthy society.
Spiritual economy.
Spiritual economy.
Yeah.
But when the poor are neglected, then that's a sign that the society is falling apart.
And I meant to say emaciated.
Yeah.
Emaciated because you look at the old. Remember in the '90s, it was popular for women to have these real dark mascara, like they were on heroin. It was a real popular makeup theme to have women look like they were on heroin.
Right.
That was cool in the art world of. I'm agreeing with your point. When did women being voluptuous in those paintings to women looking like they're on heroin and
Like
that's
Skeletor. I get it.
like Skeletor being emaciated? When did that become popular?
Yeah, that's a sign of a fallen society.
Con.
People use different increments to judge where society is.
Yep.
And spiritual health.
Yep. And where we're at now, bro, is the people are getting completely neglected. Like, listen, I'm not here to sit back here and say Issachar shouldn't get an opportunity to come in the country and survive, but people are getting cards of money per month, and a lot of them aren't Issachar. A lot of them are like Palestinians and other nations coming up here and getting paid to operate when the people out here, our people out here, are suffering and don't have any money to sustain themselves.
There's Chinese coming through the border.
It's a lot of Chinese coming through the border. It's a lot of non-Israelite nations coming up through the border, getting paid and getting literal checks, getting EBT cards, checks full of sequoium to operate monthly. But regular people are sitting back here struggling on the street, can't live, can't survive, can't pay their
keep
bills.
in mind, we just paid off your school loan, so you should be happy about the fact that we.
Well, I must say they said it. They said they were gonna do it, and they stopped.
Yeah.
They didn't really. They didn't really stick with it. They didn't finish that out. There's a lot of cats in school that was like, vote for me. And then all of a sudden, a month later, they said, hold up, it's going through the court system.
Hold up.
But Biden can say, I did it. I authorized it. The courts held it up. I did.
Republicans stopped.
Come on, man. I was here for you.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I looked after you.
Yeah.
But listen, the real guys, listen, I don't think anybody got their debts forgiven.
I haven't walked into one person say, hey, man, I feel so relieved.
They just said it. They bait and switch, and they said it they said it in October, and they shut it down in November. It's the truth. It didn't go through. There's a lot of false promises and stuff. What am I trying to say? That you can tell a nation is falling apart when the people aren't being, justice and judgment isn't being done across the board.
Right.
When the people on top can get away with murder, people on the bottom keep suffering. Okay? Read verse 9 again.
Time. Zechariah chapter 7, verse 9. Thus speaketh the Lord of hosts, saying, execute true judgment, and show mercy and compassion, every man to his brother.
To show mercy and compassion to every man his brother. What does that mean in real life? If I'm going to show, listen, that sounds awesome. Love, mercy, compassion. That sounds great. But what does that mean in real time? People with money got to lose money for people who don't got money.
And that sucks.
But how does that feel to you?
Exactly. That sucks if you got something.
How does that feel if you got some money in your pocket, but the poor, Mr. can't get right, Mr. can't fix it, can't get his stuff together, he needs your help. This month, next month, 3 months from now,
forever.
Then Mr. can't get right, gets on his feet for 2 months, then he falls. Then it's month 6, guess what? I need.
His lifestyle becomes living off of your table according to how it looks on paper.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, let's not just say love and mercy and everybody says, there gotta be more love and mercy. Love, mercy. Okay, what does that mean?
Brothers.
Listen, why do these princes get mad at the poor?
Yeah.
Let's get real. Why do the people with money get mad at the Jake that don't got money? Because they keep doing this.
Yeah.
You ever see that? You ever see that thing like mama? Mama, mom. That kid is like, mom, mommy, mommy. Is this keeps? I keep taking.
Look, I know it's real because when I go to the gas station.
That's what I'm saying. It's a gas station spirit.
I'm trying to get gas. Like, oh, man.
Hey, look at this. I got it. I caught eye contact.
I look at it. I drive at the gas station.
You gonna go to QT? You gonna leave QT and go to that spot?
I don't want to be uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable here.
Well, see, once again, now you have no compassion and mercy.
I do, but listen.
I do. No,
Listen, I just gave to somebody 5 minutes ago. That's the problem, man.
Oh my
hey,
God!
Brother, you come through for me, brother? Oh, no problem. I got you, bro. And then you go get some gas, and this dude right there again, like, hey, brother. I'm like, I'll look out. But you got a back like I got a back.
Listen, don't go to Cali, because they're gonna sit back here, and if you're at the stoplight, they're gonna wash your window for you.
Hey,
without you asking for it.
Hey,
they're gonna clean your window, but like this.
If they gonna work,
you gonna take care of your brother?
Yeah.
No, that's every stop. In Cali, in the big cities, it's damn near every stop in the black neighborhood. I'm not lying.
Look,
and then they gonna hustle, they gonna brother. I'm like, damn, I didn't ask you to do it. Well, if I leave without giving you no bread, I'm a bad guy.
You're a bad guy.
They might swipe that.
You ain't a brother.
That side mirror might get knocked off.
You ain't down with the cause, brother. I thought you was about your people, brother. That's not what the problem is. Once again, this is the issue. You're looking at it on a one-on-one basis. Like, I get it, but if you're in a position of power, you have to create systems
for people.
That's
true.
But that system cuts out of the budget. It cuts out of the budget. When a lot of your money is going to sit back and create programs for the poor.
Social programs, quote unquote.
That's the problem. Social programs should be way higher. Mental health institutions. Well, who's going to pay for it? There's no profit in it. That's why it doesn't get funded.
It's a losing game.
There's no money in it. What really needs to happen is there's a lot of halfway houses to get built. But who's going to keep paying for food, lodging, monitoring, medications for people? This is a big, it's not a business. It's a big, like, what do you call it? Expense. It's a big bill. But once again, that's what mercy and compassion means.
Just to feel.
Are you going to sit back here and allow Esau to tax you for that? They'll tax you for a stadium. They'll tax you for a stadium, and you gotta take a hit.
Sports.
But that's the point. But you're gonna sit back here and be cool with losing a nice chunk of your coin so that the poor can have something. People would complain about that too.
And honestly, when they do give to the poor, it don't go to the poor. We know that too.
Or that when they give to the poor, they do it for tax write-offs. Mm-hmm. What am I trying to say? All I'm trying to say is, what does compassion and mercy to every man his brother really look like? It means you show love by losing for your brother.
Yeah.
That's what love is. That's why people can't do it. That's why people choose not to do it. It's not that people just genuinely just don't like our people or don't like poor. It's just the fact that the poor means you got to lose so that they can gain. So that is the root of why people don't give.
You're not as rich as you like to be.
And you're not as spiritual as you think you are.
Yep.
People will read Bible verses all day long until they got to come out of their pocket and lose for their brother. Then I don't know.
Yeah.
Then I don't understand. I don't understand all of a sudden. What do you mean you don't understand? You don't understand that you got to lose for somebody who don't have it and that you think in the back of your mind ain't trying? That's another reason. I don't think you're trying hard enough. I think you're going to hustle me. So I ain't giving you nothing. Once again, this is what Mosiah is talking to these priests. You're in an exploitative mindset, and you're not really trying to create systems that overextend yourself and help the people who really need to get helped. Let's read on. Read verse 9 again.
Zechariah chapter 7 and verse 9. It says,
the scripture says, lose thy money for thy brother. Mm-hmm. Does it not say that? Somebody get that for me real quick. Lose thy money For that, lose thy money for thy brother. I think it's in
It's under a
Ecclesiastes.
stone.
I got it right here.
It's under a stone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He is
Not
a
the phone,
he is
not
a
the
verse
phone.
puller.
Not the phone.
It's not. It's okay. Let's get it out. What you
It
got?
was
At?
parchment, so I gotta give him props.
Yeah.
I gotta give him that. At. Where we at?
Ecclesiastes chapter 29 and verse 10.
Let me get it real quick. At.
Parchment gets the props.
I'll give him that. At. He ain't just pushing buttons on the computer. At.
I agree. You have to have a talk with me.
Yeah, read that. At.
Ecclesiastes chapter 29 and verse 10. Lose thy money for thy brother and thy friend.
That's how you show compassion. You losing money and time.
That's the real
Which
part.
one is more? Oh, well, it depends on which one's more valuable for you. Some people got money but not time.
Yeah.
Or no, they got both, but they don't want to give up their time.
Yeah.
He says, lose your money for thy brother and for thy friend. Read on.
And let it not rust under a stone to be lost.
So the Christ, most I like, man, forget that savings crap.
Yeah.
Forget your savings and give it to somebody who needs it. Time or money. So let's go back and read verse 9.
Time. Zechariah chapter 7 and verse 9. Thus speaketh the Lord of hosts, saying, execute true judgment and show mercy and compassion, every man to his brother.
And he said, this is what men were doing in the priesthood when things were thriving. Read on.
Verse 10. And oppress not the widow, nor the fatherless, the stranger, nor the poor. And let
There's
none-
a lot of fatherless children on earth
Yeah.
that need attention. Fatherless children that were raised by the street. That were raised by the street, raised by their mother, that need a man to sit back and help develop them and help work out all of those kinks, work out those insecurities, those doubts, those fears, that pride. The first thing you got to do is break that pride. You can't even teach a fatherless son until you break the pride out of that fatherless son.
There's a little movement against that because what's going on right now? This one guy is that this woman's trying to sue this guy that is like a coach. She's trying to takes care of kids, but she's trying to charge him for child support. This is the same. Is that he's getting charged for child? They're trying to get him to get charged for child support because he is a father figure. So yeah, so
I sent you something like that,
I don't know.
and you doubled down on it. That's even worse than what you said.
I don't know what it was. I just know that
That's worse than what I sent you out. That's worse. That's worse.
That's a social angle that they're pushing. So it's like all men are like, hey, we're not doing with none of them.
Wait, say that again. You gotta say that again for the culture. The culture needs to hear that one.
Okay. There was a man who was a coach.
Just hold that.
The coach sat here and looked out for the boys' neighborhood like it was in the old days. A village raises a child. But
so this guy takes the kids to sporting events.
He does. He's not touching on them and playing.
I know. It's like that guy at the Y, that big brother the Y.
Yeah, big
that sits back here and looks after the kids and helps them out and gets them out of the house.
Con. And so he is an OG. Far as he takes care of the kids, he looks out for them, and now this chick's suing him because he should be paying child support because he's a father figure. He's not the biological father. I don't think he even had interactions or relations with the woman at all. But because he's taking care of the child on a father figure type level, they're trying to charge him financial tax or child support for looking out for the children. This is a movement, and it hasn't been judged yet. It hasn't been completed judgment yet. They haven't had the court case finished yet. But what it shows is there's a movement to separate even men as father figures from young men and young children in general. There's a movement against that. And also online on the internet, there's a movement against not dealing with any kind of quote unquote baby mama's issues. Don't touch them, don't deal with them. There's an underground movement about that too. But what it shows is that there's just movements against children. There's movements against the development of children. And the game, when you look at a society level, when you're pushing, high liberalism, intense liberalism or extreme liberalism is about having the state raise children. The state will take responsibility for the rearing of children. What does that do? That means that the government is the daddy of the children. They develop the mind, the spirit, the psychology of the child. So what does that do? That means you are a slave to the state and the agenda of the state. That's the goal. And we've already, I'm not going to say online and go into it. We saw last year, in the past 2 years, the movement about the, cutting and slicing of children. We know that, right? I'm not hinting at it, right? We're familiar with the changing of children. And
Yes.
We're familiar. I'm not even going to go online. But the whole point is there are preset movements to affect the generations around us. Raise a child. What's the question about a child?
Train a child the way he should go.
Train a child the way he should go, and he should not what? He should not depart. So the government wants to directly train children. But really, it's the responsibility of the men in the neighborhood. And who are those men? It should be us. We're Israelites, right? We should be ones with the scriptures, breaking the Bible down, giving them direction, giving them angles. These are movements against that type of movement of rebuilding our nation, rebuilding our people. Let's just make them slaves to media and slaves to government agendas. This is that point that we talked about earlier.
I'm with you. So let's keep it going. We're in Zechariah 2 and 7. Zechariah 7. I'm sorry, 7 and 10 now.
Yeah, 10. Zechariah chapter 7 and verse 10. And oppress not the widow, nor the fatherless, the stranger.
Because once again, listen, how does a person oppress a widow? What does a widow need? An older woman that her husband passed. Support. Listen, you got to inconvenience your day. Inconvenience your life. You have to take that widow on as an extended part of your family that you're responsible for. Which means what?
Less resources.
Less resources and time for you. It goes back to, in order to sustain these glaring issues, you got to lose your life and your time.
Nobody wants that.
That's the problem. How do you deal with the fatherless? You got to be a father to that fatherless child. But what's the person's response? Already got kids. I don't want to do what? Lose more time. Be more responsible.
Take on more of a mental, because if it's not time, it's the mental burden of their needs, their problems, their sick.
It's time and it's mental stress. All of it. This is what men don't do.
And there's no benefits.
You get nothing out of the deal with the widow. You get nothing out of the deal with the fatherless child. This is what the Most High Christ has been trying to push at the leadership. Then the question is, if I have money and I'm successful, do I want to lose my time and my resources to sit back and help people that whether I'm not getting anything from it? Out the deal?
There's no credits, there's no tax credits.
You're the only thing that benefits is the nation and their spirits, which lets you know that we really don't care about our people like we say we do. And if we had money, if we had extra resources, would we be committing it? Listen, if I had money and resources, if we had money and resources, would we use our money and resource to where we're just keeping afloat? Think about this. We have just enough to keep ourselves afloat, right?
Yeah.
If I had a little more, would I take the little more and give it to people who need it? Not likely. Not likely.
There's money flowing in, but there's money flowing out.
So I'm still back at just having enough to survive. That's what it says. Go back to that lose money for your friend verse. Because the second part of that really, really hits.
Ecclesiastes chapter 29 and verse 10. Lose thy money for thy brother and thy friend, and let it not rust under a stone to be lost.
So what is it saying? Why stack money in your savings when people need it now? So what's the extra money going to go to? You're going to blow it off on carnal things, or you're going to save. He said instead of that savings going somewhere that's going to rust off or not be used for now, give that to the poor. Then what does that do? That neutralizes the rich.
And there's no.
Then the rich are no longer rich.
You're losing freedom too, because not just we look at wealth, but money is symbolic of liberty. Money is symbolic of freedom.
You're giving up your power, so everything is equal and everybody's on an equal playing field.
I'm tied all these people, man.
That is what people run from. That's the root of it. I'm tied down. I'm losing my time and resources for a bunch of screw-ups in my mind.
Just to be a do-gooder?
Just to sit back for the love of the game? When I give and they don't appreciate it, they keep making mistakes.
I can't lie. I grew up. I had a couple guys in my life that looked out for me, bro. This OG in church looked out for me. He's like a Black Panther type of dude. That real good guy, man. Give me some good information. Another minister, kind of a light skinned and bald headed, kind of got like Ron Harper. He tried to push me into hardcore Christianity. I just wasn't feeling it. I tried to be a Muslim at the time. He was convinced me not to be a Muslim.
Well, you was in church. You was a church Muslim.
I was a church Muslim. I'm done with this church stuff, man. I'm getting to be a Muslim. Right?
Message to the black man. You had message to the black man?
I saw Malcolm X, that was it. I said, I'm done. I'm done, bro.
There's a lot of people that became Muslim after watching.
I saw Malcolm X. Out of here.
You saw this. Everybody turned. That was it. Yes. All you had to do was go like this. They all turned.
Listen, bro, when you saw Malcolm X do that,
when I did, I was like, "That's cold." I said, "That's cold."
Yeah.
I would like to do that.
But you know what? Those positive, those positive male role models that had a real good benefit in the formation of my personality. And then the mothers of the church, the older women, they were always there. They were encouraging, they would cook and talk and rub your back and really care about you. Mm-hmm. They had a good formation and they left an imprint. But we don't. The black community, quote unquote, used to have. We don't have the black community. It's called Blackistan now online. It's called Blackistan now.
Where is he getting this stuff from?
This is the underground culture of people.
Blackistan?
Yeah.
What the hell?
The term for the black community is now Blackistan because it's a chaotic state. But there used to be quote unquote a black community where we could, nobody had dads and moms, so everybody borrowed. Send your baby over there, get a meal over here, buy him a pair of shoes. Look out. That no longer exists in our community like it used to.
And that's the point. What are we trying to say? Is that what does it take to truly have a nation that was prosperous? A prosperous nation meant the people that had more gave their extra to the ones who needed. Yeah. That was prosperity in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. Prosperity wasn't the top third of the nation is prosperous and everybody else is suffering. That's not prosperity in the Heavenly Father's eyes, and this is what he's explaining. The fatherless children were taken care of. The widow was taken care of. Read on.
It says, and oppress not the widow, nor the fatherless, the stranger.
He said, don't even oppress the nations that were subject to you.
That hurts too, though.
Hell yeah, it hurts.
That hurts a lot.
Israelites, I said, man, when I get to the kingdom, I'm going to sit back and I'm going to do so much evil to the slaves. I'm going to do so much evil to Esau. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? I thought we serve Christ. We're going to sit back and just be more, we're going to be more torturous than our oppressors?
Well,
I thought we were supposed to be, I thought we were supposed to be better and have a God-like kingdom.
That attracted a lot of buzz to the camp.
It did! I know that, but that's not God-like.
I would have came in. I would have been here. I said, damn, I'm going to get him back.
Listen, I get it. Listen. When I used to sit back here and see Mississippi burning, I used to get mad as hell. Mississippi burning, all the movies just burn me up.
Time to kill.
Bro, that was a bad one too. That was horrible. But I get it. I was raging off that stuff. But I'm going to use that. You're going to use that and sit back here and say I'm going to sit back and do triple worse than them. That's not how you do it either. Vengeance is the Most High's. Anyway, I get what you're saying.
I'm just saying.
I understand what you're saying.
I say nation. I mean, I don't mean Edomite. I mean talk nations.
They're a nation. All the nations. I'm not just saying he's talking about the whole world. He said, "Don't sit back here and treat." Didn't the Scripture say treat people like you want to be treated?
Yeah.
Is that just a Jew?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let's.
As time went on, we learned in the Scriptures, or I learned in the Scriptures.
Same here.
That it's about class and being. It's about being a rulership like we were back in the day.
And
having nations just do jobs and be, in the position of hirings. That's actually wisdom. And
not to treat that person that's serving you like a dog.
But the vision was back in the day, man. Listen, I can't wait. I'm gonna walk on them every day. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna walk on them. Nation. I'm never gonna hit the ground. I'm gonna walk on them. We had these thoughts. I
know we had thoughts. Anyway, let's continue, man. Well, what are we saying? What did the Lord say we're supposed to do? Oppress not the widow, oppress not the fatherless, the stranger, nor the poor. Well, he's giving us a theme. Don't use your position as a leverage against people that don't have the power you have. Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, I mean, we have story after story after story about how God handed us over to them, other nations. They did us bad,
Yes,
and they went down and tanked.
that's the point.
So,
And that's the point.
why would we do that?
That is the point, because we're asking the Most High to take us out of our position.
Right.
We can keep the power in perpetuity if we just treat people and deal with them in their proper place. Nobody said that the stranger should sit back here and be where we're going to be at. They're going to have their job, their responsibility, their position on earth, and we'll have our position. He's just like, treat people fair. I don't got to kiss your butt. The servant is the servant, but do I got to sit back and terrorize the servant?
Can I make a statement real quick?
That's my point. Unless the servant don't do their job. If the servant don't do their job, then they got to feel the wrath. But they do their job. Let them do what they got to do.
I got a taste of that because when I was at the mall for years, Sean Shawan would be at the cart at the whitest mall in America. And they would come there. They would come ask him, talk to him for hours. They would be crying on they'd be crying on him like he was Christ at the cart.
Let's not go there, bro. That's come on, bro.
Okay. All I'm saying.
Wow, we're really going there.
That's extreme.
What I'm trying to say is, I'm gonna make this one point. I'm gonna shut up.
Hey, you gonna put Kendrick Thorns on him?
No. Listen.
He's putting Kendrick Thorns on people. What's going on here?
I was this pro-black guy at the cart. Whenever I was trying to sell to black people, they like, nah, dog. Oh, dog, you wear the oils, dog. I'm supposed to buy some oils, dog. I got real Versace. I started realizing, man, when I go to my own people, they diss me the hardest.
Yeah.
So I started going crazy. I said, you know what? I'm gonna break one of these dudes one day. I lied. I told a story, right? I said, you know what Chinese people say about us, bro? This is how I would break black people out at the cart to get them to buy cologne. I said, you know what? I met a Chinese man. He told me that he'll buy, but he knows a black person won't buy because black people don't care about black people. Is he right? Is that true? And bro would be like this.
Yeah.
And then bro would either he would just say I can't do it, or the guilt would break him. That's how I had to get the black dollar. I had to lie. I had to lie to people, right?
This is gold, y'all. I don't know what to tell.
This is a true story,
This is gold.
I had a lot of people I could tell the Chinese knew we weren't gonna take care of each other. I would look him right in his eyes and say, they said we're gonna take care of each other. Is that true? And the bro would be like this. And I would always see them. I had older black gentlemen. I was young at the time. I had older black gentlemen because they were like the whole, you need to do better for yourself, son. You need to join the military. You need to go do something with your life, boy. Yeah. So I'm gonna hit him with that. And someone I had one dude just run away, and this one dude just walked away. And one dude said, "I'll be back," and dude just said, "I'm out. I'll buy it out of guilt," and they never come back to the cart ever again. And then I would see,
they'll go upstairs. Now they don't walk upstairs.
And then you would see people come to Shanshwan and be like, "Listen, man, what do you want me to buy? I'll buy anything you give me." I said, "You know what? I'm looking at this wrong, bro. I'm looking at this wrong." Then I go to another white mall, the Wire Mall, Lock and Terror. And I'm like, "Listen, bro, they can't buy from me because I look like the angry black militant in a white."
You are the angry black militant. That's what you look like. You were.
I got an afro rock and I'm like dressing all
black. Let her do the afro. Let her do the afro. That was how you thought.
I'm an all black guy. I'm looking serious. I'm mad that they get to have a life and I don't have to have a life. They have a life. They get to do things. They have activities out. I don't have any activities. I don't have options. It's just sell, class, push-ups, work, study. They can go play golf. They can do things. They can go to the river. They can go to spring break. I don't have that option. So I'm sitting here being super militant. I just realized, bro, it's a lie. That militant idea is false because I'm looking at people based off of nation, but my own nation won't invest in me.
And we're mad at the Lord.
Yeah.
Ultimately, we're mad at the Lord.
What it is something in us that we lack, because it's important that as we read that Zechariah, he's telling us what the key to that. Read that again in Zechariah, where he says in verse 9.
Okay.
Zechariah chapter 7 and verse 9. Thus speaketh the Lord of hosts, saying, execute true judgment.
Go ahead.
And show mercy and compassions, every man to his brother.
Go ahead.
And oppress not the widow, nor the fatherless, the stranger, nor the poor.
No, because what he's saying is when you possess compassion, he's going to tell you how it's used on your brother, how it's used on the nation, how it's used even on strangers. By definition, compassion by definition, it says, is a mixed passion compounded of love and sorrow. At least some portion of love generally attains the pain or regret or is excited by it. It's extreme distress of an enemy. It says extreme distress of an enemy even changes enmity into at least a temporary affection. He's showing you that if you possess compassion, even if you see your enemy in the worst case scenario, just for a moment, just for at least a little bit, you'll have a little bit of affection towards your enemy, even if you see them fall. Even if you see them in the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Because that's what compassion is. It's something that you can possess as far as a pity on people and a sorrow and a pain that they're going through something. That's something that we don't have with our own people. And that's why we don't buy from each other. That's why we don't support each other. That's why we don't look out for each other. And that's why we want to see the enemy fall. Because it's something that we lack in us. It's not just that a feeling that we feel towards our other nations. It's something that we don't possess as a virtue. And that has an effect. It plays out on how I treat people. It plays out on how I treat even strangers. Mm-hmm. It's because what I lack inwardly.
Brother, listen, Elisha, pull that verse.
Tobit 1 and verse 6.
This is a problem. Tobit 1 and verse 6. Could I read it in? It's 6 through what? 6 through 8. Yeah.
Tobit chapter 1 and verse 6. But I alone went often to Jerusalem at the feast, as it was ordained unto all the people of Israel.
Now, Tobit was a northern triber, and before everything collapsed, he was going consistently to Jerusalem to offer offerings. Right? Read that.
By an everlasting decree, having the first fruits and tenths of increase.
Okay.
With that which was first shorn, and them gave I at the altar to the priests, the children of Aaron. The first 10th part of all increase I gave to the sons of Aaron.
So he's saying, Tobit is like, my first 10th, my 1/10, I gave my tithe to the priest. Read on.
It says, who ministered at Jerusalem.
And that 10th that I gave to the priest was to be given to the priest so that they can sit back here and give to the people. Read on.
Another 10th part I sold away and went and spent it every year at Jerusalem. And the third I gave unto them to whom it was meet, as Deborah my father's mother had commanded me, because I was left an orphan by my father.
So he gave an additional 10th to orphans and the sick and the needy, and whoever was needed. He gave 3/10 of his money away for people who need it. So he said that the first 10th went to the priest, the other 10th went to people in Jerusalem who need it. Yeah. Then the third 10th was going to the orphans who didn't have anything.
Great man.
This was the epitome of a giver. And also, what did he do? He sat back and buried men in Assyria who had been murdered and not given a proper burial. This guy's life was about losing for the rest of the people. So 3/10 of his money was given away to people who didn't have it, or according to the law of the scriptures. This is an example of a person who understood what mercy and compassion really was, and what love to the orphans and the fatherless really looked like. If you listen, so 7/10 of your money was yours, 3/10 of it was given out. That means you had just enough to get by.
Yeah.
You had just enough to get by, but a lot of people who didn't have anything now had something.
He has his own family. He has his own kids.
Yep.
He has his own repairs. Things break down.
Mm-hmm.
He has his own bills. Food costs because food costs.
So that lets you know things were slightly deteriorating in his home so that the people around him had. And that's the facts. Because it ain't going to be like, okay, 3/10 of your income is gone for the body, and you still going to be on top and have enough to get everything you need. That's not how it looks. You're on Peter to pay Paul in your life, but that 3/10 could have went to you to make you comfortable, but that 3/10 was given out for the body's sake.
You want to bring something out on that, what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
It's in Philo. It's on page 447. He says, is it your own? He asked a question. Is it your own? He said, use it as not using it. Mm-hmm. And he's going to explain what he's talking about. He said, just what you said, as far as you have a choice when you have the power of resources in your hand. It's up to you how you execute that power. He's going to explain how you should execute that power. He says, have you great abundance? He asks another question. He says, share it with others. He says, for the beauty of riches is not in the purse, but in the power it gives one to succor those who are in need. He said, that's the beauty of riches, is the fact that it can alleviate the suffering of somebody else. That's how you should value and the joy you should get when you have abundance amount of money. The joy that you should receive is how many people I can help with this money.
Yep.
Versus what can I use it for? And how can I take care of my responsibilities?
But you know what that also means? That means an individual has to be okay with just having enough to get by.
Having less.
Ultimately, no matter how hard you work, you're going to be in the same position. So why work hard?
That's a good question.
Yes, there was a thing, and when communism was going on, when people realized they couldn't make any extra money from communism, production went down. And they couldn't figure out how to get everybody in. I'm not saying we're communists. I'm just saying that when people realize that I can work and I'm not going to get more from how hard I work, I'm going to have just equal or just have nothing, people stopped working. Because people work to get. And the nature of our people and all mankind isn't to work so that others can have.
And that's the definition of capitalism.
And this is why you get in a capitalist society, people can bust their tail because they're getting something out the deal. The lifestyle that we were supposed to live for Christ and the Most High, we were supposed to work hard and use our extra so that people can have, and we be content with what the Most High gave us left.
And then that's the justification used to say my parents came as immigrants. Y'all been here for 400 years,
Exactly.
And y'all ain't did nothing with y'all's time here.
Exactly.
But I'm a second generation American, and we lifted ourselves out of the projects.
Bootstraps.
We lived by the bootstraps, by the ghetto, because we were immigrants coming here in America. So y'all have done nothing with the time. So it shows that y'all are lazy.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not true because they get government grants to open businesses that we don't get.
And we didn't get. Vietnamese, all those different nations got money to sit back and open up businesses.
And they had think tanks about this. And the nations have said themselves, they know they've been paid to open up businesses in our communities because to lock us out.
Yeah.
That's why they're giving grants to them. I want to pull my scripture too.
Wow,
That's the truth.
Never thought about that.
Yeah.
2nd Ezra 2:23.
Oh man.
With the element, and I'm gonna shut up because I know we had a trajectory.
Well, we haven't even begun to.
This is great information you're bringing out.
It might be 2 weeks out. Come on now, let's go. Let's keep going. It's all
It's
good.
the summer of the Priesthood.
Summer of Ezra. That's what it's gonna be. That's what it feels like. Where you got 2nd Ezra 2 and 3.
2nd Ezra 2:23.
This is why I'm trying to get out of Ezra. We can be in Ezra forever. I'm dead serious. Chapter 2 is a forever class too. If we ever did it.
Yeah.
2nd Ezra 2 and 23. You said.
2nd Ezra 2:23. Just to make a quick point and move on.
2nd Ezra chapter 2 verse 23.
Because we're dealing with the financial element and just the element in general of charity and compassion.
Yep.
And having a love
Yep.
and fervency
Yep.
for your people.
That's a total.
It's so important to have the scripture in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
2nd Ezra chapter 2 verse 23.
Uh-huh.
Wheresoever thou findest the dead, take them and bury them.
Stop right there. Listen, bro. This is a dead person. Let's think about the reality of this. This person's dead, bro. What am I getting from this? I'm risking my life. I'm risking jail. I'm risking mockery. I'm risking scrutiny against my life to help a person that's not alive. I'm alive. They're dead. Me investing myself in helping this person get some dignity. What are they? How am I going to get a thank you from burying a person that's not alive? Let somebody else do that.
Yep.
Read.
Okay. It says, wheresoever thou findest the dead, take them and bury them.
Take them and bury them, meaning give them their dignity. And they're dead. If a person should be given dignity in their death, how much do we give people dignity in their life?
Yep.
That's why it's so important. Read.
At your expense.
At your expense.
It's still about your expense. You're going to have to lose so that somebody else can gain. That is the trade-off.
No one wants to hang around a dead body. No one wants to smell a dead body. No one wants to sit here and bury in the ground, which is hard work. It's hard labor. I'm doing hard labor. I'm around an uncomfortable environment. I'm losing my sleep and my time on top of my responsibilities to give dignity to a person that can't return anything to me. Read on.
Right. It says, and I will give thee the first place in my resurrection.
Because I had humanity. Israel's problem is always humanity. I'll give you first place in the resurrection.
Yep.
Just because you gave dignity to a person that couldn't give it back to you.
And if you could do it, but it's the dignity of you constantly putting yourself last for other people.
Come.
If you dedicate your life to making sure others come first, that's what gets you first entry into the kingdom. But so many of us, especially people that have things, that have power, that have influence, who have comfortable lives, don't want to commit themselves to that life.
And
because why sit back here and I have the opportunity for a happy, peaceful life? Why throw it away, going to the hood and losing things every day for people who don't appreciate me anyway?
Who don't care about me. And referencing Elisha's class last night, I caught a part of it. I can be ritualistic and ceremonial for days.
And that's what he's saying in Zechariah 7. You're going through all the fasting. You're going through all the prayers. What are you doing for the people?
But that part right there is what gives you the resurrection to the kingdom.
God.
I never read in the Bible about the ability of the skill set in the maintenance of the ritualistic ceremonial element of our biblical culture is what got you the kingdom. I'm reading the inconveniencing and the losing and the compassion and the restriction of your own life.
Paul said it. Knowledge puffs up, charity edifies. What you give to somebody else, the extra you give is what gives you the lessons that get you closer to Heavenly Father. He says it in so many ways from cover to cover. And that's the point. But let's continue. That's perfect. You got more than that?
I'm done.
Let's continue. Let's go verse 10 again in Zechariah.
Zechariah chapter 7 and verse 10. And oppress not the widow, nor the fatherless, the stranger, nor the poor. And let none of you imagine evil against his brother in your heart.
Don't even imagine the evil. And you're talking about, murdering somebody, how it starts off with imagining evil first.
Yeah.
He said, don't even play with looking at your people in a negative light.
And it starts with how we do in camps. In camps, people take things personal, bro. I would just say in life in general. I would just say camps out. Can't just blame the Israelites out.
Yeah.
People in general will take things personal.
Okay.
And from taking things personal, that's the step towards the accumulation of negative thoughts that lead to executing the physical actions that create what?
It's a combination of things. Taking things personal. It's covetousness.
Yeah.
It's unthankfulness when I'm not able to be grateful for what the Most High has given me, but I'm covetous at what other people have.
Big time.
All these things, how the world has an advantage over me.
Yeah.
I'm at a disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at my situation as I'm handicapped in my situation.
Facts.
I'm limited in my situation. So all that starts to stir up negativity in the mind. when somebody is not okay with where they are with the Most High and where the Most High got them at. It's the lack of contentness.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And being content is a beginning of a lot of that negativity as well.
I agree 100%.
God.
And so think about that spirit and being a priest.
Yeah,
about
and having power.
Think about that spirit. I had leverage over people's lives. I have a say-so. I have authority. I am a figure. I have wealth. I have resources.
Mm-hmm.
I have a voice.
Yep.
And I still deal with the same contentment, the same wanting liberty and freedom. And the people are needy.
Yep.
And they're always asking for something.
Yep.
After a period of time, it's cool the first couple years. Listen, I'm not going to lie. You get a high off of giving until you're tired of it.
Yep.
It's like, this is my life. I'm a damn janitor for
Yep.
people's lives. I'm a life janitor.
Yeah.
And if you look at your life negative, that's what Satan's game with us, as far as all men, is to get you to look at the negative aspect and the losing aspect of serving your people.
And what's scary is, and with the Levitical priesthood, the priesthood went from generation to generation.
Mm-hmm.
So, what did these sons see in their fathers? Their sons saw fathers that, you know what, this made it a business. So they learned to make the priesthood a what?
A business.
And then their grandkids made the priesthood a what?
A-
And then their great grandkids made the priesthood a what? That's what the
family
priesthood was.
hustle.
It was the family hustle lot. The seed of Aaron, it was this family hustle lot.
That's like saying
The
Walmart.
ASAP, the seed of ASAP, it was a family hustle lot.
That's like saying McDonald's. This is the family business.
This is a family business, and this is how you do it. This is one of the most. I got to break up this family hustle lot.
Yeah.
That's what it was. You had to break up the family hustle.
Yeah, the scripture on that, what David brought out, Ecclesiastes chapter 20, verse 4, in the Apocrypha.
Mm-hmm.
Ecclesiastes chapter 20 and verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 20 and verse 4. As is the lust of an eunuch to deflower a virgin.
Now, what gives a eunuch is somebody who is constrained, who is isolated, and have set themselves apart for just divine duty.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they can't exercise themselves in that particular marriage life.
Mm-hmm.
He said, but what makes a eunuch want to have the notion to deflower a virgin? He said, what's in the eunuch for a eunuch to want to deflower a virgin?
Says, so is he.
No, read it again.
Okay. Ecclesiastes chapter 20 and verse 4. As is the lust.
What's inside of people?
Lust.
Lust, man. It's lust that's inside of people. It's lust that's in people that drives people. And depending on that quantity of lust that's in them, it's going to be a motivational thing that's going to be a driving force within them. He said it's the lust inside of a eunuch to do what?
To deflower a virgin.
Okay, read on.
So is he.
So is he. So that same lust that's in leaders. It's also lust that's in leaders. Read on.
That executive judgment.
That execute judgment with what?
With violence.
With violence. Why would a leader execute judgment with violence? Why would they do that? Because it's something they want to get.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's something that they want that they don't have. So when I get to that position of leadership, I'm going to get everything that I've always wanted.
Wow.
And I'm going to use this platform.
Yep.
I'm going to use this platform and this theater to get what I want.
It was a stepping stone.
It's a stepping stone. It's a stepping stool. So whether it's I'm going to use rank, I can't wait to get rank so I can use power because I've always wanted power.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't know what's inside of a person until they get in charge.
True.
Then once they're in charge, you kind of start seeing, man, what's in you?
Yeah.
Because and this is it shows you what's the driving force within those that misappropriate leadership. It's something that they want that has always been at a distance from them or unattainable until they get in that right position.
Right.
As soon as they get in that right position, boom, you start seeing a lust manifest. So that's what he's saying based on what Daryah just said.
Excessiveness, luxury,
Mm-hmm.
all these different things, power, authority, sitting here and flexing. We always attack this flexing on men.
Yeah.
We're not going to accept that. I'm not going to accept it.
Yep.
Because why make a man feel small so you can feel big? That's weak.
Yeah.
But this is what our nation was doing Because this is really what we wanted versus the idea of being the priest. Was it a costume or was it a real thing?
Yeah. Or were you really committed to loss and sacrifice? We're going to go into this topic also on Monday too a little bit. But let's continue in this because we have a lot to go into. Let's jump to verse 11.
Zechariah chapter 7 and verse 11. But they refused to hearken and pulled away the shoulder and stopped their ears.
What was that about? Pulling the
They
shoulder?
stopped listening. This is pulling the shoulder.
Turn it back.
They turn their back. They turn their body from listening.
Man, when you tap somebody on the shoulder, they pull their shoulder away from you. They like, man, I'm gonna go this way.
I don't want to listen to all that loss and sacrifice thing. I don't want to sit back and give all my energy dealing with the widows, dealing with the sick, dealing with the fatherless children. This is why the Pharisees, we're going to go into it tomorrow or on Monday. Why are you always eating with these dudes? Remember the Pharisees asked Christ that? Why are you eating with these dudes? What's going on with you?
What's your deal?
Look, that's the point. Like, why are you going in the hood? There's better chicken in Jerusalem, man. there's better fish and lamb up here, bro. Yeah, go ahead, eat that. Slumming with these dudes, that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Well, listen, let's continue.
It says that they should not hear.
Because they don't want to hear the message of loss. Because all this means I'm losing time, I'm losing money.
Yep.
Because that's what sacrifice is. That's what showing love and compassion and mercy equals in real time. We're done.
Verse 12. Yea, they made their hearts as an adamant stone.
Because when you hear like the fruits of the Spirit, it's the same thing. The fruits of the Spirit sound great. Long suffering, compassion, love.
Sounds awesome.
It sounds spiritual, but when you live it, you're just taking a bunch of L's. In real life.
And not gonna think.
And then how Paul talks about it.
Yeah.
The way Paul paints it, it's poetic, it's powerful, it makes you feel great. When you live, you're like, man, this don't feel like it sounds. It don't feel like it sounds. But it don't change the fact that it's the truth. And these priests, just like the princes, are throwing it away and are discounting the message. Now keep in mind who's the messenger. We know the Most High is the messenger, but Zechariah is the mouthpiece. And he's going right at these priests. Right? Read on.
Verse 12. Yea, they made their hearts as an adamant stone, lest they should hear the law, and the words which the Lord of hosts have sent in his spirit by the former prophets. Therefore came a great wrath from the Lord of hosts.
He said their hearts were adamant, not flint. You know, Ezekiel said, listen, you got to be adamant to their flint. He's like, these guys is adamant.
What?
Yes.
He said their mind is that they can't be changed. They can't be budged. He's talking about the past, and he's talking about during Reconstruction. This is what's so crazy. We just got captured into slavery for 70 years, and we're asking the Most High to rebuild the temple. And they're doing the same things that they did before Babylon took us over. They're doing it in Reconstruction while we're waiting for the temple to get reestablished. We're doing the same things then. He's like, you guys are doing the same things we did in the past. And we just got back. That's what makes it crazy. You would think, people are going to be on their best behavior until the temple comes. Then the wickedness kicks in. They were being wicked before Darius okayed the temple to get put together.
And that wickedness.
This is in the 4th year of his reign. The temple didn't get built into the 6th year of his reign. So we didn't even get the funding yet.
It was 2 years incomplete.
And, no, we didn't even get the funding. Yeah, it's not even done. He didn't even finance it.
Yeah.
And we're sitting back here mistreating the poor, mistreating the widows, doing people wrong. Let's continue.
I want to get a verse on that. Psalms chapter 68, verse 4. Read that.
Psalm chapter 68 and verse 12.
Verse 4.
Oh, verse 4, It says, sing it to the Most High. Sing praises to his name.
Go ahead.
Extol him that writeth upon the heavens by his name.
How do you extol the Most High? He's gonna show you how you extol the Most High. You give him praise. Read on.
And rejoice before him.
Because you want to be thankful because the Most High gives you a standard of living. And what standard or bar does the Most High set that we should be following? What's the template of the Lord? Read on.
A father of the fatherless.
The Bible says he is a God of the who?
The living.
Nope.
Oh.
He said that he's a God of the fatherless. So these are aspects of the Most High that we're supposed to be imitating. So if we're going to be godlike, or we're going to be so-called Christians, followers of Christ, he says, then you got to be like me. The Most High is a God of the who?
Fatherless.
Read on.
And a judge of the widows.
And he's a judge for who?
The widows.
The who have no support, who have no help.
So what's the judgment of the widow? What does that even mean? She needs help. That's the judgment, huh?
Yep.
What are you going to do to help her?
Have you considered her?
What does she need?
Not consider her. Have you considered her?
And what does she need? Because to consider means what does she need every day? She doesn't have a husband on the house. She lives on a farm. What does that mean?
It's a lot of work.
I'm like, yeah, G. You better get that work done, G.
Oh my God.
You better figure it out.
There's snakes out there. Gotta get killed.
There's jackals out there. You better go get them,
There's
huh?
jackals out there.
The fence need repair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kinda.
The roof need repair.
Yep.
Yes. Who's going to do it? That's the point, huh?
That sucks. If you gonna be honest,
Because that means, listen, what are you going to do? What are you going to do on your Sundays?
your Sundays are good.
And your Thursday, because you
Ain't
know,
no
Sabbath. You can't do it on no Sabbath. What you going to do on Thursday afternoon? When you got a little time off. Guess what you at? You at Miss Jenkins' house, huh?
Miss Jenkins' house doing work
Yeah.
for free.
As long
Can't get nothing back, but
for
some
free.
cookies, maybe some cake out. You get cake out and some figs out the deal. What are you getting?
That's it. At the water.
You might get some more work.
But listen, that is what the Most High wants us to do.
You know what it does though? It keeps you out the groves though. It keeps you at Club Grove. It keeps you away from all them serving people. It keeps you away from where David was at. Shashawan reference the class. I went to Shashawan's reference. David was on the throne. David had time to be idle.
Well, I went over there on Monday about David tarrying.
Okay, David, that was your point then. David tarried.
Yeah.
And you know what? All of a sudden here,
Sin happens,
what presents itself?
When you got free time.
Bathsheba.
Why are you on the
Pops out
roof
of
looking
nowhere.
at your kingdom? Why are you on your roof looking at the kingdom, man?
I would
in your robe with your David robe, man.
I would enjoy. You said you was your class. You said a big D on his shirt.
Yeah, like the Laverne and Shirley D. He had silk clothes out like this. This is my kingdom right here.
The brothers out there
in the twilight.
Brothers in the field out there watching the, they're getting around the city. It's wartime. It's the season of war.
Yeah, everybody's sweating now. He's smiling out.
He got the robe with the D on it out, looking out there, watching the sunset, enjoying his life.
Idleness teaches much.
That's what I'm saying. We said that.
The stars are bright. There's no smog in the sky. It's the ancient times out. The stars are beautiful out there. All the stars are beautiful out. And he has some water out. He looks like that. It's a beautiful woman's water. Wow. Oh, she's married though. Well, I can still look. Nobody knows. All of a sudden, that led to him what? Collapsing.
Lusting.
Yep.
I'm not content with my life. I got 10 ribs on paper. Why go there? But it's the
I got free time and I'm playing with my thoughts. It's that simple.
Exactly. So guess who's gonna keep you from your thoughts? The needs of the widow.
Yep.
The needs of Miss Jenkins.
Yeah.
The needs of that father's child that's gonna sit here and rebel against you, even though you're counseling them all day.
Yep. This is it, huh? But this is how the Most High keeps everybody humble. He keeps everybody humble this way. But we don't like how the Most High teaches us. Yeah, more on that, Sean?
Yeah, just finish that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. It says, a father of the fatherless and a judge of the widows is the Most High in his holy habitation.
Read on.
The Most High set up the solitary in family.
He said he's looking out for the loners. The ones that are by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
The solitary are those that can't, they're by themselves, they have no help. Who's thinking about people that can't help themselves? And which is an orphan. Take them and put them in a family. That's an adoption. That's what you call an
That's
adoption.
exactly what it is.
I'm taking somebody that has been forgotten about and putting them and matching them with a family. The Most High did it first before these adoption agencies came out. That's the Most High spirit. But that's what he's trying to teach the princes and the kings. Be like me. This is an aspect of the Most High that our people don't want to duplicate. That's the template that we should be following. Read on.
He bringing out those which are bound with chains, but the rebellious dwell in a dry land.
It said he think about those that's even in prison. Who's going to teach them too? Who's going to teach them and edify them in prison? Okay, they may have made a mistake. Does that mean that they should suffer forever because they made a mistake? That's what they get. Because in America, we got the greatest prison population in the whole world.
No doubt.
Nobody beats America in prison population. So it's showing you that because there's an off balance of care and compassion, these are the end results. You get a high prison population. You got a high homeless population. You got high orphan population.
Yeah.
Children in different custody, state custody, city custody, detention centers, community, and that's not including the damn mental hospitals.
Yep.
Right.
But that's what the Most High said. Listen, I'm this type of God, so y'all should be this kind of people. If y'all gonna be my people,
It's amazing truth.
let that go. You can go back.
Okay, so let's continue. Let's finish up in Zechariah 7.
Zechariah chapter 7 and verse 13. It says, therefore it is come to pass that as he cried and they would not hear, so they cried and I would not hear.
He says, I'm not going to hear your cries then. And he's telling us, the same way you don't hear their cries, I'm not going to hear your cries. Read on.
It says, it says
14.
but I scattered them with a whirlwind among all the nations whom they knew not. Thus the land was desolate after them, that no man passed through nor returned. For they laid the pleasant land desolate.
He's saying that these priests did all this negative work, and he responded by eradicating and pushing everybody out to different places. Okay? Now he allowed a handful to come back, but the rest he just let be scattered in perpetuity. But the problem is, as we read in Matthew, we're going to see how this message that Zechariah was dropping, how the priest received his message long term. Okay, now this was the era of Reformation. Hold that or let that go, and we're going to jump to Matthew 23, verse 27 through 35.
Matthew chapter 23 and verse 25.
23 and 27.
27. Matthew chapter 23 verse 27. It says, woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees.
Don't forget, like I said, these scribes and Pharisees that are living in crisis time, they are of the same bloodline as their what? As the priests back in these Reformation times. And they're the same bloodline of those priests that was in the time of Jeremiah and Isaiah. Read on.
It says, hypocrites, for ye may clean the outside of the cup and of the platter. But
wait. You verse 27?
Yeah, you skipped it.
Oh, slack. I thought you said 25. It said, woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye are like unto the whited sepulchres, which indeed appear beautiful outward, but are within full of dead men's bones and of all uncleanliness.
So what Christ is saying is the Pharisees, the leadership that's been in operation since the 500s and before, they appear to be like they're holy. They appear to be praying. They appear to be spiritual. But when it gets down to it, you take advantage of people, you exploit people, and you harm people with your policies. Okay? Read on.
It says, verse 28, it says, even so ye also outwardly appear righteous unto men, but within ye are full of hypocrisy and iniquity.
And this is what he's saying. What's being talked about and explained in Zechariah is also being manifested all throughout the time going into crisis time, the hypocrisy, the lies, I'm presenting myself to be one way, but in actuality, it's nothing but shady dealings and corruption going behind the scenes. Read on.
No, he said in verse 27, he said, read that again.
Come on, verse 27. Woe unto you!
No, verse 28. He said, even so ye also outwardly appear righteous
Unto men.
unto men. What were they doing that made themselves appear outwardly righteous? What were some of the habits of those Pharisees?
The holiness.
What were they doing to outwardly look righteous?
The philanthropies, the garments, the ceremonies, the structure. Structure is beautiful. Organization is beautiful. Organization gives you this sense of you're doing things correctly.
Right. Because I carry myself in a certain posture,
Certain
way.
Yeah.
I'm organized. I'm clean. I got the best garments on.
You look like you're in order.
You look like you in order.
Defects.
There's no obvious issues that I'm displaying. What you got?
I was gonna say too I guess I said the positions where they were in where they sat at, you know what I'm saying? Where they were around their surroundings, where they presented themselves as if they were,
The high seats.
the highest seats, you know what I'm saying? To be seen.
Yeah.
Everybody be like, damn, they doing their thing.
Well, so their actions is what Christ was attacking. If you go to Matthew chapter 6, read verse 5, and he's showing you some of the behavior of the Pharisees where on the outside they appeared righteous.
Verse 5. But all their works they do for
you're Matthew chapter 6, verse 5.
6 verse 5.
Yeah, we're going to come right back to Matthew 23. But Christ is making a point here. He's saying that on the outside they appear righteous. So what were they doing on the outside where it made them look more righteous than everybody else?
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 5. And when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are.
So how does the hypocrites pray? Read.
For they love to pray, standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men.
So if you could just take a glimpse of Jerusalem, a mental glimpse of Jerusalem, when Christ was walking around Jerusalem, all you see is a whole bunch of Pharisees praying everywhere they go.
It's crazy.
They was praying all over the streets. You go in the synagogue, they praying. You go in the streets and the corners of the streets, they praying. You would think, man, this is a holy city.
Yeah.
Man, it's got to be a holy city. Because look at all these Pharisees praying everywhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Verily, I say unto you, they have their reward.
He said, but they got their reward. Go to Matthew chapter 9, verse 14. So not only if you were able to witness this during the time of Christ, you seen a whole bunch of Pharisees in nice garments praying all over the place with nice garments on.
9 and 14, right?
9 and 14.
That's wild.
Matthew chapter 9 and verse 14. Then came to him the disciples of John, saying, why do we...
And I'm not worried about the disciples of John. The point is, what he finna say next. Read.
Why do we and the Pharisees...
He said, and the Pharisees do what?
Fast off.
So not only if you were in Jerusalem at this time, you seen a bunch of Pharisees walking around in beautiful garments praying everywhere. He said, but they was always doing what?
Fasting.
So if you were to look at them just from an outward perspective, they look disciplined, bro. They look disciplined. They were fasting. They were praying everywhere. It's a whole lot of prayer going on, a whole lot of fasting going on. It looked like it was a ceremony almost. They look holy, like a Catholic priest, so to speak. They carry themselves a certain way.
Yeah.
So these men deserve to be respected. But Christ was able to see beyond just the external.
Mm-hmm.
He was able to see what they were lacking on and what they wouldn't do. Now go back to where we was at in Matthew 23. Just wanted to get a visual of what you would have seen if you would the hypocritical behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew chapter 23 and verse 29.
Mm-hmm.
Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because ye build the tombs of the prophets and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous.
So they sit back here And they will sit back and say, this is the bones of Isaiah, or this is the sepulcher of Jeremiah.
Yeah.
And they make it all beautiful and adorn it like it was like it's a special thing to be respected and adorned. But read on.
And say, if we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets.
He said, if I wouldn't do what my grandfather did when he was high priest. He was wrong for that. We would have did it better. We would have sat back and let those men roll. And that's how they position themselves.
It's easy to say that looking back.
Yeah, but Christ sits back here and says, your actions, the way you act now, you measure up to the same actions that they did back then.
The same dude.
Read on.
God, it says, wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets.
He says, you got the same wickedness in you that your fathers and them did. You roll the same way. The same corruption that's in you is the same corruption that was back with them. Read on.
Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers.
He says, your wickedness measures up to the wickedness that they had. Because Christ is able to see what they do behind closed doors. All the corruptions and side deals and negative that they do. Read on.
Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell?
This is why these Pharisees wanted Christ dead at. Now, how you going to escape hell, bro? It's over for you, bro. You've already done enough actions. Yes, and you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it because of all the negative you've done, how you've exploited the poor, and how how the position that you're taking, you and all your fathers aren't making it. That's what he's saying. If they're not going to make it, all the Pharisees before him wasn't going to make it. The majority of them were corrupt. So the whole institution of the priesthood was wicked and corrupt.
And that's why it makes sense to do all the extra cleaning and all the extra theatrical external elements, because it's more comfortable to do that than to do this.
Than actually change.
Than to change.
God, doing ceremonies is easier to fix for society.
The ceremonies,
nothing wrong with ceremonies.
But the ceremonies, I don't have to see myself.
God, I can hide aside because I got the fancy garments anyway. I'm washing. I'm looking. I'm creating the appearance. I don't got to change.
Yep.
But let's continue.
Yeah.
I'm letting it roll because there's a point that I'm trying to bring out. That's the only reason I'm letting some of these parts slide. Let's continue.
34. Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify.
He's like, some of them you're killing and crucifying them, but it's not just at this particular time. Now the princes and kings were killing, and the prophets were killing. I mean, the princes and the kings were killing them during the time of Isaiah, during the time of Jeremiah. But now he says, but even since the reinception of the priesthood in the 500s, they were doing the same thing. Read on.
And some of them shall ye scourge in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city.
And even the present day where Christ is talking is you're persecuting good men now. Just like your fathers did way back in the day and during Reconstruction. Read on.
That upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of the righteous Abel.
He said, all the righteous blood that was shed from the beginning, all the black on black crime comes from the same negative satanic spirit. That's what it's showing you. Think about this. Why did Cain get killed by Abel? I mean, why did Cain kill Abel? Envy, pride. Abel outworked him. Abel through his actions showed Cain up. Through his actions. Cain couldn't take it. Cain was envious. Cain's pride got raised up and killed him. What do you think was happening from that time through all the time of the prophets? When the prophets were showing these kings and these priests that their living wasn't right and they got to change. Their pride came out. These prophets were out working and out dedicating them, and so they had to get killed. They had to get stifled because they couldn't live with that example outshining them. So now we're here. The blood of righteous Abel. Read on.
Unto the blood of Zacharias, son of Berechias, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar.
So listen, we just read in Zechariah chapter 7, verse 1 through 14, that Zechariah was going at the priesthood. Zechariah was correcting the priesthood. Now I want to make sure we're lining up these names the right way. It says Zechariah, the son of Berechias, was killed between the temple and the altar. By who? The priest. The priest killed Zechariah on the temple grounds. You had the altar. You had the doorstep into the damn temple. In between that, they killed him. They just covered it up, threw the body out, because they couldn't take what? The chastisement. Mm-hmm. They couldn't take the fact that Zechariah was painting a picture about their wicked conduct and was putting them on the spot, and the Most High was demanding them to change. Because they couldn't take it, they executed them. You can tell in Zechariah he's checking these priests. And this was done probably right after the damn temple was cut. Listen, it was done after the temple was completed. The temple just got completed in 515.
Yeah, because Darius came in power 6 years before the finish.
522. He came in power around 522. Temple was completed in 515. So somewhere right after it was freshly painted, all the tiles done, the wood grains done right out, and the priest killed a prophet within years of the temple getting rebuilt. And we wonder why the Most High said, I got to get rid of these dudes. Right after the Most High gave us a second chance, we killing prophets on the priest grounds.
And you're saying this is after Ezra.
It was before Ezra.
So that means that we hadn't even all came back from Babylon.
That was the second. Don't forget there was 3 phases.
Yeah, 3 waves.
So this was only the first wave.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So they killed Zechariah before we even returned back to Jerusalem.
Why do you think Ezra had to bring military personnel when he had to bring the seal of the king?
And letters.
Because they would have killed Ezra too.
Yep.
Oh.
Now you know why he had to sit back here and have the king's signet to say if you don't do it, the king gonna kill you.
Yep.
Because they're already murking priests. They're already murking prophets.
Yep. And that had
they're already killing prophets.
That also had to make the fear of Ezra doing his job even that much more great.
Hell yeah! But the only reason, see, this is how you know that their response to Ezra was feigned. It was fake. And it, just like the priests and the king's response to Josiah, when he was doing all these widespread changes, it was fake. They just humbled down because they had to wait their time. As soon as Josiah died, they went right back to their antics. As soon as Ezra died, then Nehemiah had to come right in to keep on top of them.
Yep. It's akin, and it's very similar to, and it's parallel to how the nation dealt with Baal worship. When the prophet was in order, the prophet was strong, all that Baal worship was underground. It was hidden.
But it also lets you know what it took to be a righteous king. Not only did you have to love the Most High, you had to go to war with wicked, strong, influenced people that you had to sit back and stand up against. Opinionated people in high positions that you had to go to war with to break that influence.
And you risk assassination.
No doubt. You can't trust anybody around you because what you stand for. What am I trying to explain? As soon as the altar was completed, and Darius, all the money was sent, everything was done, everybody's cheering, and prophets are getting murdered at the temple. What kind of craziness is this?
What kind of culture is that?
This is why after this, there was no more prophets. How many more prophets do you read about after Zechariah?
You're going to kill him anyway.
That's it. Haggai and Zechariah were the last ones you read about.
And that was during the time of the temple being built.
That was the restoration. The restoration in 515. So it had to happen somewhere after 515. And it had to be under the watch of the high priest Jeshua,
That's crazy, bro.
who the Most High ordained to sit back here and put it back together. I can't say Jeshua did it, but it was during his watch. So what kind of madhouse was going on in Israel, like? Where people who was just speaking the truth couldn't speak the truth. They just did this with Jeremiah 70 plus years ago, 100 years ago. It's not long ago. The Most High is like, damn, listen, let's prove this to right Zechariah. This is Zechariah, son of Barachias. Go to Zechariah 1:1 real quick.
Huh.
You got to get out of here, Karai, after you read this. Zechariah 1:1.
Zechariah chapter 1 and verse 1.
Zechariah trying to act like he ain't here no
Yes,
more,
right
man.
there,
He
right
get
over
more
there.
classes at.
He got his right.
That's what he's doing. He knows this is going on. He got to act like he's going to forget.
Yeah.
If we don't say it, he ain't going nowhere. You know
I
this.
just told him.
You know the time,
Now, you know what's funny?
That's my 12
You know exactly what it was.
Since I've been here.
If I don't get the order, I am not going.
I'm like, he busting me out there.
I know that's what he reads here.
He's like, guy,
I have to get the order tonight. If I get no order, I do not go.
Zechariah
I
chapter
love-
1.
Oh, he loved to read.
I love to read.
And for definitions too. I love definitions. Let's keep reading. Zechariah 1:1.
Zechariah chapter 1 and verse 1. In the 8th month, in the 2nd year of Darius, came the word of the Most High unto Zechariah, the son of Berechiah.
There you go.
That's him.
The son of Berechiah. So right after the temple was done, these damn prophets, these damn priests sat back here and killed him out. And Christ is saying the same murderous, treacherous position you were taking back then for power to make. Listen, it was all about stifling anybody that made them look bad.
Period.
I'm going to stifle anybody that's pointing out my flaws. You're not going to live to tell the tale if you out me. What does that let you know? That the priests knew they was doing dirt, and they just took a blind eye to it. I won't talk about your dirt as long as you don't talk about my dirt, and we'll make this money together. That's what it was. Let's make this money together. Let's exploit these people. Let's maintain our position, and let's keep this money in the what? In the family. We're going to keep this money. We're going to keep this generational wealth in the family. We're going to keep this hustle. I'm going to put you on game. I'm going to get you right. My father got me right. And all these priests, all these prophets, we're going to kill these prophets that try to sit back here and change how we do things. They knew what they were doing. This is why he's like, all the things these priests were doing at this time was the same racket they were doing in the past. Why am I going into depth about the corruption of the priesthood? It explains why Christ got rid of the priesthood. Because the priesthood was too corrupt. Read verse 35 again in Matthew. Just finish up, yeah. Look, you're not going to sit back and double check now. You're right. Let's finish it out, bro. This guy, it's 12:20. If I have to leave, I'll leave now. This is. We might as well finish it.
We got to have another reader come out because we had
It's like 3 verses.
the boy outside was waiting.
Hurry up, come on.
Trying to find the chapter. So Matthew chapter what again?
Chapter 23.
Oh, yeah, I thought you loved the verses, Zach.
Come on.
Chapter 23, verse 31.
Time. Matthew chapter 23 and verse 35. It says, that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of the righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias, son of Berechiah, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar.
That just like is crazy. We just got back on the temple and the altar. We had our celebrations and we spilling blood at the altar, in between the altar and the temple.
And
We just got it reestablished.
What he's showing is that, because when Christ is saying this versus the actual event, that's about a 500-year difference. But he's showing that their actions didn't change. They were doing the same thing for 500 years.
And if anybody made them look bad or challenged their authority, they got wiped out. Anybody that was a threat got killed. This is why they were gunning to kill Christ. They were doing the same thing to all the prophets. And next, on Monday, we'll go into explaining that. Okay? Well, maybe today, if we get the chance. Let's continue. Okay, next reader. Thou
Awam Racha, Shah Shabbatah, Banashar, Banyasha Allah.
Thawam Racha, Shah Shabbatah, Banashar, Banyashar. I much. What? Yahweh Hashem Yashar B'Katah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar B'Katah.
So, let's read Matthew 23, verse 36.
Matthew chapter 23 and verse 36. Verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets.
The ones that killed the prophets were the priesthood, the Levitical priesthood. Read on.
And stoneth them which are set unto thee. How oft would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not.
This verse is saying you were supposed to nurture the people. You were supposed to nurture and take care of the sick and the young and the widow and the fatherless child. But you sat back here and took advantage of them versus nurture them. Read on.
Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. For I say unto you, ye shall not see me henceforth, till ye shall say, blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord.
But the problem is they didn't sit back here and respect anybody that came in the name of the Lord. They didn't want to listen to righteousness and truth. What specifically is, they didn't want to submit themselves to change. They didn't want to submit themselves to changing and adapting from their negative ways. So he's like, you're not going to sit back here. Your house is going to be desolate. They're not going to continue to gain momentum and power. And they eventually faded off very soon after Christ died. Okay? So we're going to let that verse go and jump to Mark chapter 7 and verse 6 through 13. This goes into other aspects of what the priests were doing, how they were corrupt, and how they took advantage of people. Mark 7 verse 6 through 13.
Mark chapter 7 and verse 6.
Let me type that in.
Mark chapter 7 and verse 6. He answered and said unto them, well has Isaiah prophesied of you hypocrites, as it is written, this people honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me.
This is what Shamshu wanted pulled earlier. With their word, I think it was 29 and 13, right? Mm-hmm. They'll talk with their words, they'll talk spiritual, but they won't live it. Okay, read on.
Howbeit in vain do they worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men.
Exactly. They'll sit back here and do these operations for show on the outside to show how spiritual they are. When it comes to the meat and potatoes of what it takes to please the Heavenly Father, we don't do it. Read on.
For laying aside the commandment of the Most High, ye hold the traditions of men, as the washing of pots and cups, and many other such like things ye do.
Eventually we'll go into a class that deals with traditions. Israel will do a lot of traditions that create the appearance of spirituality, the appearance of holiness, but when it comes to make the inside wholesale changes necessary to please the Most High, that's what they lack, because they don't focus on making real wholesale changes in their spirit. Okay, read on.
And he said unto them, full well ye reject the commandments of the Most High, that ye may keep your own tradition.
And you're going to sit back here when you get in the Israelite community. Israel is more focused on traditions of men, the look of being holy, than the actual work that it takes to be holy in the eyes of Heavenly Father. And that happened back in the time of kings, the time of priests, and the time of the Jew now. We're more into how it looks than what it takes to change. Read on.
For Moses said, honor thy father and thy mother, and whoso curseth father or mother, let him die the death.
So he's like, listen, Moses said you're supposed to honor your father and mother, and if they don't, they have to die to death, right? Read on.
But ye say, if a man shall say to his father or mother, it is Corban, that is to say, a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, he shall be free.
This is what this means. Corban means a gift, right? What was happening is this. all the children of their parents that received an inheritance, right? The children received an inheritance from their who? Children receive inheritances from who? Their parents. Now this is the catch. If I'm the son and I receive an inheritance from my mother or father, or both of them, now as the father and mother are getting older, now they're going to have to, now the son is going to have to pay it forward. And there is a portion of that inheritance that the father and mother gave to the son that has to be used to do what? To take care of the parent. So what was happening is the young son or the young adult that now has the power over the inheritance, they're saying this is a burden to deal with my mother and father. So what I'm going to do is, in order for me to alleviate the responsibility of dealing with my father and mother, I'm going to take the portion of what was set aside to take care of them and give it to the priest as a gift. Now what the priest did is they took those monies and those resources that were supposed to be delegated to the mother and father who were older, and they took it as a gift. And what they told the son is, I'm not going to punish you for giving the gift to me because it was a gift. So I'm not going to chastise you for giving me a gift that was supposed to be given and maintained for your father and mother to take care of your father and mother. Does that make sense? That was how corrupt they operated.
It was a bribe.
So that's the point. Listen, because I don't want to deal with the responsibility of my mother and father, I'm going to give the money and resources that was supposed to go to them to give to the priest. And now if I give you this gift, you can't condemn me for not taking care of my mother and father. So that's exactly what it is. So the priest is like, I'm not going to condemn you for not taking care of father and mother because what you gave was a korban, a spiritual gift to God.
It was spiritual money laundering.
It was money laundering, and that money went to the priest so that they wouldn't get judged for being horrible children, because that inheritance was the mother and father's himself, and you gonna sell their inheritance off so that you don't got to be responsible for your mother. And this is what was being done all the time, and this is why they said you got a special place in hell waiting for you, dealing the way you're dealing. Just for you to come up and make money, and you'll use your name and position to justify this wicked son for not being responsible for looking after his parents.
Yep.
That is what it was. So, read verse 10 again.
10. Mark chapter 7 and verse 10. For Moses said, honor thy father and thy mother, and whoso curseth father or mother, let him die the death.
So that's the law. Then why would the priest allow all this other sidewinding business and not deal with the point of taking care of the mother and father? Because it was about these priests getting their palms greased. Let's continue.
But ye say, if a man shall say to his father or mother, it is Corban. This is to say, a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, he shall be free.
He shall be free of being corrected and chastised by the community. Because if the priest says it's okay, then I'm off the hook. So pretty much the son is saying, I'm not taking care of y'all no more. And the money and resources I had to take care of you is going to the priesthood. So now you can't sit back here and judge me for making that move, because I really didn't want to take care of you, but I gave it to the Most High, so it went to a good place, right? That's a dirty angle that we operated in to justify our positions.
And that's something that, like you said, that dirty angle was one of many.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
It was one of many, because what it does is you could tell, you could see it even clearer, how what they're doing is they're shaving off the responsibility and walk away with a clean conscience. And so that's a lot of what we do when, like Daviah was bringing up earlier, how do I not give to the poor without feeling bad?
Yep.
How do I not be accountable and not let it eat me away at the same time?
I did it for God's
So,
sake.
so what we'll do is say, well, I did it for the Lord.
God,
You know what I'm saying? and that's a way of washing our conscience. You want to wash your conscience because you don't want to feel bad for what you're doing. So you got to find a way, like the Most High said in Psalms, my people wrest my words, they twist my words every day.
God.
So I got to find a way to manipulate the system, find a loophole where I don't have to be responsible for the poor. I don't have to be responsible for the widows. I don't even have to be responsible for my own parents.
That's crazy.
And then not feel bad about
That's the point. And they the priests let him off the hook so they can go to sleep at night and feel good about themselves.
I can sleep well. I can sleep well thinking that I'm godly.
Yeah.
Knowing that I've disowned the poor, I've disowned the widows, I've disowned the orphans, and I've disowned my own parents.
I'm supposed to bang on the white man.
Yeah.
The white man don't take care of the poor.
Yeah.
White man don't take care of my parents.
These Romans are so wicked.
These Romans are out of order.
Yeah.
That's what they were saying.
I get it.
Yeah. Wow, man. No, that's just a new level of low.
Yeah.
It's a new level of low.
It's dirtbag stuff.
Yeah.
Right? But this is what the priests were in on, and everybody knew it. If I had something to give them, they work with me. They weren't. If you didn't have no money, they weren't gonna work with you.
That's the game.
They weren't gonna do nothing for you if you had no money.
They're gonna hold you to task
Because they could seize your property.
That's the point. But listen, now you got money. We can work. I can work with you now. What do you need? Okay. You need to. Okay. Well, let's do this. Give the Corbin to us, and you're good, man. We'll absolve you from looking bad, man. We'll back you. Yeah, hell yeah.
It's a Hebrew word for Corbin. Huh? It's got to be a Hebrew word for Corbin.
There's a whole bunch of Corbinizing. There's a lot of Corbinizing in Israel. Corbinizing.
Corbanin.
I'm just saying Corbinizer. Corbinizer.
Real quick, brother. Wow. Proverbs 21:3, guys.
Eesh.
Proverbs 21:3. And Isaiah 56:1.
Wow.
Proverbs 21 verse 3. Isaiah 56 verse 1.
Are you gonna double it up, huh?
It's gonna be a quick one.
I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. We ain't getting past this class. Proverbs, what is it again?
21:3.
Corbinizer.
There's a lot of Corbinizer.
56:1.
Proverbs 21:3.
Mm-hmm.
Proverbs chapter 21 and verse 3.
And the priest definitely knew this scripture.
Proverbs chapter 21 and verse 3.
Uh-huh.
To do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Most High than sacrifice.
They know this scripture.
Listen, but don't sit back and fast all day long. We're gonna fast and pray, but I'm not gonna do justice.
Yeah, bro. Come on, bro. You what you do? You put a black marker over the scripture.
You're destroying an old man and his wife out. You're destroying their life out because you got some property out. You don't matter out. Yeah. And they didn't even know it. It's really messed up out.
You sold the property to a apartment complex.
Kinda.
Yeah.
And blew the money.
Kinda.
And blew the money fast out.
It's really messed up out.
It says to do justice and justice. It's both. It's your fair. Justice is being fair and equitable with people. Yep. Equitable. And then judgment is maintaining the responsibility and having policies that make sense, that are beneficial to those that are in place.
All they had to do is say, listen, shame on you for even coming to me with this crap. We're going to embarrass you in front of all these people out.
Yeah.
Because that's where it's him that sinned, rebuked for all. Yeah. So all may what?
Fear.
If they would have checked him the right way, then everybody would have kept those sinister plans in their back pocket.
Yeah, take care of your damn paw.
Yeah.
Blow them up.
Yep.
You know what it did? They're like, you know what? At least I'm gonna do the minimum. I'll at least do the minimum.
Yep.
For those that reared me.
Because
the 10 commandments say, honor thy mother
and father.
And thy father. This is not like some deep stuff. This is basics. Mm-hmm. Right? Read on. It says more acceptable to the Lord than what?
Proverbs chapter 21 verse 3. To do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Most High than sacrifice.
Sacrifice is giving a portion of your money. Sacrifice is giving up some sheep and some lamb and some doves. Sacrifice is giving some oil offerings, some hen offerings. You know, they know this scripture, bro. This is Proverbs.
Mm-hmm.
Next scripture, Isaiah 56 and 1.
Isaiah chapter 56 and verse 1. Thus saith the Most High, keep ye judgment.
Keep ye judgment. meaning protect. Keep means to protect and to maintain. Protect and maintain the spirit of maintaining policies that are beneficial and they're equitable for those in need. Read.
And do justice.
Do the right thing, bro. Don't sit here and play games with people. Don't abuse your power and your authority and flex and use leverage on people out.
Just so you can come up.
So you can win.
God.
Do justice. Read on.
For my salvation is near to come.
And we would ignore that part because people are like, oh, salvation, whatever. I don't see him coming anytime soon, so whatever. But this next part makes sense. Read.
And my righteousness to be revealed.
It's all about the idea of righteousness. Israel creates their own righteousness.
Mm-hmm.
Israel does what they think is right. Well, my opinion, I think this is right. For the greater good, I came up. I'm a priest anyway.
Yep.
You know, if
Well, what am I going to get something out of for this
If
service?
I'm not doing well, that makes people feel like, what's the point of being a priest anyway? What's the point of being righteous anyway? Listen, you can spin it and fillet it how you want. But this is the Father's idea of righteousness. That's why I say, my righteousness is to be revealed. This is why there had to be a push for Christianity. Because that legalistic point concept, that ceremonial and legalistic perspective doesn't work. I'm not saying don't have a culture out and don't sit here and have a basis of your society. But when you're hiding behind just the culture of a Jew, or hiding behind just the ritualistic ceremonial element of being a Jew versus the correct judgment and correct etiquette for your people, that's what the Most High is trying to show them. You're the priest. If anybody should know, shouldn't the priest know?
Yep.
I get, the publicans and sinners not know. I get that. They don't know how to read. But the priests are masters of the law and masters of reading and education.
And because they're masters, they create loopholes.
Come on.
Because they're masters of the law, they'll create the loopholes to benefit themselves.
Come on.
Listen, I want to go to Micah 3:11 real quick. Micah 3:11. This lets you know the same thing they were doing back before, back during the time of the kings, is the same thing they were doing during the time of Christ. Read that, Micah 3:11.
Micah chapter 3 and verse 11. The heads thereof judge for reward.
The priest judged for money. Because this young man was going to give them a piece of their land, of his land, so that, he can take away his guilt of cutting his mother and father off. I'll give a counsel to get something out the deal. I'll give some advice to get something out the deal. Read on.
And the priests thereof teach for hire.
They're teaching and they're prophesying to get paid out. This is what had been happening, and it still was happening, and this was the fault Christ found in the institution of the priesthood.
Yeah.
It was the institution. It was generation after generation after generation was corrupt. This is why he said, I got to blow this whole thing up and find individuals that got the spirit of Christ in them and work on different individuals versus dealing with this crime syndicate, this crime family, like the Gottis. The Gottis are all these, the Gambino family.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to cut off this Gambino crime boss family.
Or just the notion of if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
But that's the problem. But it kept going from one family, for the same family lines kept doing the hustle. The same family that was doing the dirt in Zechariah was doing the dirt in Christ's time, which was doing the dirt during the time of Isaiah and Jeremiah. It was family lines that was in on it. Remember when we read in Ezra, in the beginning of Ezra, that the same family lines was coming back home? It was the same family lines of Pashur, the same family lines of Shaphan. It was all these family lines that just kept doing the dirt. It was the family lines that kept sustaining it.
They perpetuate the business.
Because it goes from generation
it's not
to
even it's not a service anymore.
That's the point,
it's a business.
You're keeping the business going. Remember in a Braveheart when the father sold out William Wallace and he told his father,
Longshanks?
No. It was the Irish. It was the Scottish king.
Oh yeah.
That said, listen, man. All this rebellion stuff don't even matter. It's about me making sure you're good for your generation. We're going to sell this guy out So you're going to have all the gold you need to continue with your power and your dynasty. And then when you get the power and I die, you're going to sit back here and do what you got to do to set your son up so he can keep the power going in the family. He was breaking these syndicates up. The syndicate of the princes and the kingship. The syndicates of the priesthood. So now it's like, okay, after he breaks these guys up, I'm going to go into a person who wants to serve the Most High. I'm going to go find other Israelites that are scattered abroad that got the spirit in them to do good.
He had to go.
I got to break up these family lines that were corrupt. These corrupt institutions of the priesthood is what he had to break up. Does that make sense? He broke up the institution of the princes and the kingship first. Then he's breaking up the institution of the priesthood. Yes, sir?
Were they in cahoots? Were they?
Hell yeah, they were in
The
cahoots.
priests and the kings. And
At one time, yes. Early in Isaiah and Jeremiah, yes, they were in cahoots. Then he took away the princes. He'll give the priests an opportunity. And then they clicked up. And he had to break that up. It was this corruption on every level.
You gotta read this too. Mark 11 and 17.
Did I finish? Give me finish 11.
It's saying the same thing. It's saying the same thing.
Okay.
It just showed that what you're saying. I'm only doing this because of what you said.
I want you.
Mark 11 and 17, real quick, because it said the same thing. It's saying that what you just said about Christ, what he was doing the whole time, even when he was going back into the temples. I'll read it.
I got it.
You got it?
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Mark chapter 11 and verse 17. And he taught, saying unto them, it is not written, my house shall be called of all nations the house of prayer.
That's what the Most High's house is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a house of prayer. Read on.
But ye have made it a den of thieves.
He said, you've made it a den of thieves.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to extort people and get some money out of your job, using your job as an instrument, of extortion. And he said, this is what Christ was fighting against when he was approaching the Pharisees. He was turning the tables around, flipping the tables over to get them to go back to where it's supposed to be.
Yep. Because listen, that was another thing they were doing. They were doing currency exchanges to make money for the church.
Man, you didn't tell me they had forex.
Yeah, they were literally sitting back here and saying, okay, you're sending money, you're sending Egyptian money, you're sending all these different kind of monies. We're gonna flip it, and you gotta pay us. You gotta pay us your offerings in the Jewish quarter.
They had priest coins.
They had priest coins, and then that coin was a higher rate of exchange than the value of their money.
You're playing games.
So it was like $1.50 for each dollar, and they were making money to the priest.
Making 50 cents on the dollar.
That's what they were doing. It was a hustle. Money exchanges.
Oh my goodness!
My God!
Well, in fact, read that real quick. Read that with Christ flip the tables over. Oh my
that
goodness!
showed the faith in that was it priest coin? What is it called? Or the church coin?
Yeah. Let's go to John chapter 2. Start at verse 15. Now it makes sense now why Yahushua was so angry coming into the temple and what he was witnessing in the temple as he walked in the temple. He saw a bunch of hypocrisy. He saw a bunch of supposed holy men in a bunch of long garments, hustling people extorting people out of their resources, taking bribes, saying prayers in the streets, fasting, looking disciplined, looking holy, and making money at the same time.
What did Michael say? This is God's words, man.
Yeah.
Not no hustle.
Yeah.
That's what it was, right? It was a hustle, right? What you got?
Read that.
St. John 2 and 15.
I got 17. St. John chapter 2 and verse 17 or 15?
15 first.
All right.
No, 14. 14, so you can get to the point.
St. John chapter 2 and verse 14. And found in the temple those that sold oxen and sheep and doves, and the changers of the money sitting.
And they were changers of money.
So listen, because everybody was coming from different parts of the earth to give their offering to the priest.
Yep.
He says, no, we don't want your Egyptian money or your Saudi Arabian dinar.
That ain't worth
or whatever this. No, it's gotta be the temple money. But the temple, we'll see. Okay, then I have $2 I need to give you no. You got to give us $5 for your $2. That's kind of like the hustle.
You're flim-flamming now.
And so they gonna take the money and go spend what they got to spend with the extra money. They made profit.
Who sets the currency value at the time at the temple?
Them boys did. The boys in the temple did.
Yeah, they're the ones that tell you that Egyptian currency, even though you came up here for the Passover, that currency ain't worth our currency.
Exactly.
So we need 5 of those
for your two.
For your 2.
That's the hustle. Like that's how they were hustling. That's why Christ threw over the table the money exchangers. Right? 1
for you, 2 for me.
That's the point. That's
3,
the hustle.
4 for you, 4, 5, 6 for me.
That's the
that Wu-Tang.
It's in the name of the Lord. It's in the name of the Lord.
Cuban link.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
That's horrible.
They did the same thing in Cuban links, though. That's wicked.
So y'all understand that?
Yes.
So let's continue.
And John?
Do you want that?
Yeah. You want to finish it?
John chapter 2 and verse 15. And when he had made a scourge of small cords,
Wow.
he drove them all out of the temple.
And that's why Christ was whipping them out the temple with the scourge.
Mm-hmm.
He actually fabricated a whip and started whipping all the Pharisees out the temple. Read.
And the sheep, and the oxen, and poured out the changers' money.
So listen, if they were charging too high for the money exchange, how much do you think they were charging to buy the animals there for the sacrifice?
For the sacrifice.
Game on.
They were hitting them in the head for the cost of the sheep and the oxen and the doves.
There was inflation on the meat, man.
Kinda.
Look at the Fiesta.
Didn't get paid.
It's $20.
The chicken on the stick is like $15.
They're not going.
Chicken on the stick is like $13.
Turkey,
like, come on,
turkey
bro.
legs, $20.
Kinda. That's how it was in the temple,
$20 for a turkey leg?
Yes, that's what it was,
We didn't know there were no turkey legs in that, but I'm saying
it's the instruments needed to sacrifice. So instead, if you didn't bring your own stuff,
I was there. I was trying to go there. So these prices are outrageous.
Yeah,
you got it from the Israelites.
Kinda, but that angle, we were extorting and using people in the temple.
Yeah.
That's what we were doing.
Yeah.
But let's continue.
Yep.
And overthrew the tables.
Go ahead.
And said unto them that sold doves, take these things hence. Make not my father's house a house of merchandise.
A house of just hustling and scamming and overpricing stuff.
And you know what? And for years, the church has also duplicated that same, style of service, where the collection plate will come around instead of one time. After every song, after a good song, you get stirred up with the choir,
with those chords, with those organ, that make you feel right.
Then next thing you know, the plate come around one time. Then it come around later on in the service. Then it come around one more time in the service. Like, man, how many times the plate gonna keep coming around? Right, you know what I'm saying? Right. So we duplicate.
Lock the doors.
Yeah, lock the doors. But now you see how even the church now, the numbers are going down. Participation is down, and you have a high rate of church followers becoming Israelites because of that same. We get tired of that same style of business. We're gonna keep giving to the church, but the people are steady poor. But there's a new jet. There's a new lack. There's a new Mercedes. The Lord's blessing. There's a new car outside. There's elevators in the house. There's escalators in the house. You know what I'm saying? But then the people are still poor. Yep. So then that's why if you notice even today, you watching the church numbers dwindle, but Israelite numbers are going up. Camp numbers are going up.
That's facts on facts.
Right?
But let's continue, and we're going to sit back and explain how the Most High was stinging the priests that were extorting the people.
Yep.
I want to first do this because the Most High, listen, Most High is still in charge of all this, man, and He sees what they were doing. So first thing we're going to do is go to 2 Maccabees chapter 3, verse 1 through 13. We're going to need the Josephus. I forgot we do need it for this portion coming up soon. So 2 Maccabees chapter 3, verse 13. 3 verse 1 through 13. Because I want to first of all show when holy men and honorable priests were in charge, what was the Corban used for? Okay, because obviously the Corban is being used for corrupt purposes at this point. What was the Corban used when the right priest and the right influence was there? 2 Maccabees 3, verse 1 through 13.
The proper method.
This is what the Corban was used for, and this is what it was supposed to be used for.
Fair, just priesthood.
Yes. So let's read this.
2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 1. Now when the holy city was inhabited with all peace.
This is when things were going right. Because there were certain time periods where there were good high priests that ran the area the right way. Okay, that ran Jerusalem and ran the city the right way. And this is one of those times. Read on.
And the laws were kept very well because of the godliness of Onias.
Onias was a high priest. And there were many Oniases, but this Onias ran Jerusalem the right way and honorably and with good judgment. Read on.
The high priest, and his hatred of wickedness.
He had a hatred of wickedness, a hatred of double dealing, a hatred of a negative way of life. But check this out. Read on.
It came to pass that even the kings themselves did honor the place and magnify the temple with their best gifts.
And we mentioned this before. When there were the good priests running, the kings of the earth had a respect for the good kings and how they ran the temple. So what they would do, the Romans, the Greeks, at times when they were good priests, they would sit back here and fully finance the sacrificing at the temple. And they would sit back and at their urging and request send oxen and send sheep so that the priest could burn sacrifices for their kingdom. But there was when the priests were good, the kings of the earth gave us space and didn't mess with us. Okay, so how we treated the poor and how we treated the sick connected specifically with how the powers that be over us treated us.
Yeah, so it paralleled
Yes.
the political echelon, how they interacted with the people.
Was based on how we treated the people.
But based on the priesthood.
Yes.
The spiritual
because
priesthood.
at this time, the priesthood was the only show in town.
Right.
There wasn't any kings and princes.
Right.
So the light had to come from the priesthood. So when this priest was doing good, when it says the kings of the time gave us space.
So there's a relationship between them.
Yes, it always is. Read on. Read verse 2 again.
Verse 2. It came to pass that even the kings themselves did honor the place and magnify the temple with their best gifts.
Listen, it kept getting financed by the kings of the earth when the priests were in order. Read on.
Insomuch that Seleucus, the king of Asia, of his own revenues, bare all the costs belonging to the service of the sacrifices.
Listen, Seleucus was in control of the jurisdiction of Israel. When the priests were on point, when Onias is on point, it was Most High put it in Seleucus' heart, a nation, an Edomite, a Greek. When it says Seleucus of Asia, Seleucus was in control of the jurisdiction of Asia. Seleucus was an Edomite. Seleucus, Most High put it in that Edomite's heart to fully finance the sacrificing at the temple. When we're on point, when the priests are on point, the nation was ran right, and the nations gave us space and didn't terrorize us. We always want to talk about Esau being the devil. He's the devil because we're the devil. How about that?
Because we're extorted.
His horns come out because our horns have been out. It's the truth. When our horns is out, we're raging, taking advantage of the poor. Then he comes out.
When we
and he's Diablo.
We're finessing our own people.
Then all of a sudden, we hustling. Then the devil comes out and whips on us, beats us down.
Like Easy E said, this is the best. When
Easy-E.
the Spirit showed me that, I was hearing Easy E out. The Spirit showed me.
Prophet Easy.
He said,
Prophet Easy-E.
I'm down on the corner slanging rock. Oh, here come the
crooked
cop. I'm like, whoa!
You slanging rocks and
You're selling drugs. And you're tripping. He's upset. Here come the
cops.
Like, why are you so mad?
You're destroying your community.
That they're coming to find you
and stop you
from selling drugs.
Yeah.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Where are you gonna be? Yeah. Outside on the corner. You better get yourself together. Listen, the sister's trying to tell the brothers, can y'all stop this? We're like, brothers are consistent when it comes to selling drugs. Anything else? Nah. Brothers got work ethic. Yeah. Brothers got intellectualism. Brothers intellectual. Brothers can not communicate.
They know math, chemistry.
Brothers know math and chemistry.
Yeah.
Brothers like, you gotta get the baking soda. You gotta get the flour. You gotta get I'm like, and then you gotta get up early in the morning at 5 o'clock. Make sure you get and you gotta count your bags. Their brothers are organized.
Yeah. Brothers are organized. You have your own supply.
Brothers know how to have groups. Brothers can actually work and function in a group. by clicking
Organizations.
They have organizations. They're structured. This is what you do. This is what you do. What is that?
Never have it on you. Have it down the way
Have
under
it
a
in a
rock.
soda can and put it behind. God bless the guy that invented the stash box.
Oh
right?
my
What
God,
Jay-Z
this is
right?
horrible.
You put it in a little shoe box and you have a stash. Brothers know how to save money.
Put
Brothers know how to be responsible.
money in the
To re-up.
Huh?
Put your money in the mattress.
Put your money in the mattress.
Put it in the ceiling.
Put it in the ceiling out. And then brothers have courage out. Listen, I don't care how cold it gets. I don't care what it is. I'm out there.
The scripture says our people are wise to do evil. That's what the scripture says. We're wise to do evil. I'm
gonna be here. I don't care. Rain.
We're gonna bleed this block.
Hail, snow. I'm finna be out here every single
Brothers is
day.
Marlo Stanfield out here. Right?
Brothers do. Listen, these are the best of Judah. Not like I'm just.
There you go.
I'm saying Judah. You see the best of Judah's mind when it comes to extracting something from
Illegal hustles out.
Yeah, brothers are now computer finessers. Brothers like, I got that credit card. I'm winning. Brothers know computers when it comes to taking credit card.
Scams. Yeah.
Brothers are
using socials from people's income tax statements and stuff like that.
Brothers have
income tax hustles.
Brothers are reading. Brothers are taking courses. We had a brother. I'm not going to go into detail. Brother's going to go to a course a scammer course and fund it.
Yeah.
So I had to break him down. Like, listen, are you sure you want to give this guy $3,000 to teach you how to scam?
He's a scammer.
I'm selling a scammer course.
Yeah.
You had to have a 4-hour council about this.
Yeah.
Brothers' eyes is red out. Brothers' eyes got bags out.
He was mad.
6:30's coming out. You gotta sit here and counsel about, hey, I wouldn't give him $3,000 of money you don't have to a scammer to teach you how to scam.
You're not even listening to yourself.
True.
No, it's true.
These are real.
These are not made up stories.
These are real stories.
These are not made up stories.
Because
But you know what? Brothers are industrious when it comes to finding a method to extract resources. Imagine us as priests with education.
trade lines. You know, you want to extort trade lines, credit. You know, run credit card hustles. You know, add on these to your trade lines. Get on other people's trade lines. Get using other people's credit to make you money. You know what I'm saying? It's people.
Like in their brain, that's the way to go.
Yeah, it's a fast.
And
way.
then I'll say his name was he's a Yaquab. He was a supplanter. That's why I do, because I supplant. That's what Israel uses. The supplanter angle.
Yeah. Yep. You know it's about. But the whole point is.
Yeah. Let's go back to the point.
We're gonna get to the point. The whole point is our people use their brains, their minds. This is what we care about.
Yeah.
As a man thinketh, so is he. Right? When you see a man by his treasure come out of his mouth. We care about this, and we'll find the energy for that. But when it comes to studying that, 15 minutes max. Yeah. 30 minutes max.
Or when it comes to giving your mind to like helping other people and dedicating yourself to other people,
that's the point.
Then I lose interest.
It comes to helping the nation and looking out for the poor. That's for suckers out.
Yeah.
Let the white man.
No, I give out turkeys on Thanksgiving. That's what
like Frank Lucas. Frank Lucas sacrifice act.
We would do that, and we're supposed to clap for that.
Yeah.
But listen. But what are we trying to say? When Israel is wise to do evil, the Most High has the powers that be over us clamp down on us. Yeah. When we do right by our people and we establish judgment and justice to the nation, then the Most High lifts off the pressure from the nations that are over us. That was the deal. And if you sit back here and look through the scriptures, when the priests were right, the kings didn't lean on us, and they financed our serving the Heavenly Father. Yeah. That is what it was for. And that was the power and the connection if we really understood how the Most High thought. Listen, it tells you how the powers that be aren't a minister for evil. Yeah, unless you do evil.
Let's not put our hand into evil.
If you do evil, then they're going to sit back here and come in full-fledged to break you down.
He hath not the sword in vain.
That's what Esau was given. But when you're living right, the Most High works on their mind to give you mercy. Let's read it. Okay, so it says, read verse 3 again in 2 Maccabees 3 and 3.
2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 3. Insomuch that Seleucus, king of Asia, of his own revenues, bear all the costs belonging to the service of the sacrifices.
Think about it. When the priests of Israel sacrificed their extra resources, the Most High put it in the heart of the king to sacrifice his extra resources, his income. The king gave up his income for the nation when the priest gave up their income for the nation.
Because he was inspired by the example.
Well, that's the point, but it's how the Most High works with us. He'll sit back here and work on the king's mind to look after us because our mind is fixated on putting ourselves last for the body. That's how we stay potent. But you know what? That is only of the Most High that this happens. But he has to make sure that Onias at this time made his focus on the body. And because he did, he put it on an Edomite to look after us. Let's continue.
But one, Simon of the tribe of Benjamin.
Now we got to listen. The challenge in life is that there's always a faction that's trying to do right. And there's always a satanic faction trying to do the left. This guy, Benjamin, didn't agree with how Onias, the high priest, was doing things. Listen to what he said. Read verse 4.
Verse 4.
Simon, yeah. Yeah, read that.
But one, Simon of the tribe of Benjamin.
This Simon guy of Benjamin, read on.
Who was made governor of the temple, fell out with the high priest about disorder in the city.
Listen, this Benjamite dude, Simon, said there's disorder in the city. How is it disorder in the city when Onias is doing things the right way and he's establishing righteous judgment in the land?
Ain't no money coming in.
He ain't making no money. Because he's the high political guy that's going to war with the priests that have more power than him in the city. So this governor said, there's disorder in the city. I got to create a narrative to do what? To break up this Onias guy so I can get paid. I can't get paid if everybody's living righteously. And it's righteous judgment on the earth. So I got to create a narrative.
Yeah.
There is disorder in the city when there really wasn't. So now he's creating a false narrative, and now he's going to start talking to different provincial leaders around Israel to go complain to Esau. He's going to explain. Read on.
And when he could not overcome Onias.
Because once again, it was about getting superior power over Onias to create a false narrative so he can make the decisions in the city so he can get paid and come up. Read on.
He got him to Apollonius, the son of Thasius, who then was governor of Celesyria and Phoenice.
Celesyria was the area outside surrounding Jerusalem. And Phoenice is Phoenicia, which is Tyre and Zidon, which was west of Israel. So he wanted to go to all the governors surrounding Jerusalem to try to get all the governors around him to go against Onias. Read on. Which was the high priest. Read on.
And told him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of infinite sums of money.
So now he's sitting back here saying, now I got to sit back here and sell out my people and tell the Greeks that there's an infinite amount of money in the Korban. Because that's what this is talking about. This is talking about there's a snitch in Israel that wants to break down the priesthood and uproot Onias so he can be the power figure. So the only thing I can say is the priests are hoarding money and they're stealing money from you, almighty king of Greece. This money should be given to you for tribute for your kingdom.
He should have said they're stealing money from me.
That's what he wanted to say.
That's what they should have said. Yeah.
But I got to spin it and
Right,
say,
gotta spin it.
the Onias is stealing money from you, Greek king. What are we going to do about it? Read on.
He's mad.
Listen, but this is the constant battle where there good is, evil is present.
You had it with Dathan and Korah during the time of Moses and Aaron.
And it got even worse when there was rivaling factions of priests vying for power after the Reconstruction. All you read about in Maccabees is these fighting in between priests of different political positioning. The crazy, before the Pharisees were thriving in Matthew, the Sadducees were on top. The Sadducees were running things for a period of time. Then they lost power, then the Pharisee section came up. It was always warring positions of priests vying for power and vying who gets to use the Jews with the most influence.
Who's going to control the resources?
Who's going to control the money? So now Benjamin, this brother Simon, who's Benjamin, it's his time to go against Onias to vie for power. So he's going to snitch to the nations about all this money that's in the Jewish temple. which is really the korban. And we're going to explain what the korban was really made for in its purest form. Read on.
So that the multitude of their riches, which did not pertain to the account of the sacrifices, was innumerable.
So what they're saying is they're hoarding money outside of the sacrifice money for the animals that you're providing. They're robbing you. They're skimming off the top from you, almighty king of Greece. What are you going to do? I'm trying to help you out.
They're exactly
and looking after you.
And PPP loans.
Because they're stealing money from you. Exactly. And it is hoarding up a war chest against you. Read on.
And that it was possible to bring all into the king's hand.
He said, and I can get you all the riches in your pocket.
See that?
That's a sellout. Because if he does that, then he'll be over all the city, and he'll be able to extort the people and make his money on the other side.
The thief cometh not but to steal, kill, and destroy.
And that spirit is, this is why Christ said, year of your father the devil. That's not about the Jews, This is the demonic approach. I'm going to destroy the priesthood.
If I can't steal it.
So I can get on top. I'm going to destroy this whole thing. He knew what the Corbin was for. He knew what the money that was in reserves was for. It's going to explain. Read on. He didn't care. He had to get on top somehow. Read on.
Now when Apollonius came to the king.
So Apollonius was the guy that was in charge of the jurisdiction. Seleucia was the jurisdiction that included Israel, Tyre and Zidon, and Syria. They controlled the region. So what he did is he went up and dealt with the governor. You had the mayor, you had the governor. I'm going to the guy who has control over the jurisdiction of the region and complaining about this. So you can talk to the big man, the king, about the situation. Read on.
And had showed him of the money whereof he was told. The king chose.
So now Apollonius, which was the head of the region, went to the king, who was Seleucus, and said, hey, there's a lot of money here in Jerusalem that they're holding out on you. Read on.
The king chose out Helidorius, his treasurer.
So I'm going to go bring my head treasurer, Helidorius, out here to do an audit.
Yep.
You're going to go out here and audit the temple. Okay, now, we're not going into this whole topic, this whole chapter, but man, there is an angel that kicks Helidorius' ass out. There is an angel that kicks his ass. That doesn't let him continue with the inventory of the money in the treasury.
He said, I wouldn't send my enemy back there.
But I'm not going to go into all that detail. What I always want to bring out is what the Corbin is for. It's a great story. But keep going.
And sent him with the commandment to bring him the foresaid money.
He says, go out there, do an audit, and take that damn money. How many guys you need as military guys to enforce it? But this is a satanic plot that comes from a greedy, you-know-what, N-I-G-G-A-S, who don't care about our people. And listen, I know a lot of times in class, y'all, we kind of come off light with the nations. Because when you really read the book, who's the biggest culprit? Is it the nation or is it us? It's us,
Conning our people.
It's us.
Like Dr. Umar sitting here saying, man, I just would love to send to the nation. I got to build a school for the black people to go there and they can have these boys and they go to school and they can learn,
What happens is the school available?
And listen, where's the school at? Is people have been
how much money did you get for the school? How much support did you get for the school at?
You heard about ACON, right? The $6 billion diaspora he was going to create in Africa on the coastline. He never did. They're saying it's a scam now.
All these things are scams,
pro-black scam.
There ain't no construction going on.
Yeah.
But this anyway.
Polite. All the people he's had hook him up and hit him up and hook him up and give him all his money.
Become a sovereign citizen.
Yeah, become a sovereign citizen. I'm going to take care of you. That's why people complain about. I never got the pack. It never came to my house. I never got the information. I never got the book. You're paying your money, but the information necessary never came to these people. This is the scamming nature of this quote pro-black consciousness ideal. It's fake. There's other ones too, but I can't go all into all. But listen, if you want to go keep it real, Jesse Jackson and MLK. How much money were they given by certain groups? If you want to be modern, what's the people called? Black Lives Matter?
BLM hustle.
Listen, that's one of the modern versions of the same idea. All this money, all this millions and millions and millions of dollars went to these
How
people.
is the community? How is the community?
I haven't
better?
met one person that said I benefit off of BLM. They actually took care of me. Where's the money? Where's the benefits?
It went to that other movement that was behind BLM.
Exactly.
But anyway, I'm not going to say that. But let's continue. Read verse 7 again.
Verse 7. Now when Apollonius came to the king, and had shown him of the money whereof he was told, the king chose out Heliodorus, his treasurer, and sent him with a commandment to bring him the foresaid money. So forthwith Heliodorus took his journey under a color of visiting the cities of Cilicia and Phoenicia.
So he came out there, but he didn't proclaim the real reason he went out there, so that they wouldn't be ready to go to war. Okay, read on.
But indeed to fulfill the king's purpose. And when he was come to Jerusalem, and had been courteously received of the high priest of the city, he told him what intelligence was given him of money.
He said, somebody sat back here and told me that you guys were holding out on the empire, the Greek Empire, and I need to see for myself what's going on. Read on.
And declared wherefore he came, and asked if these things were so indeed.
So he says, is this really what's happening? You really holding out this much from us? Read on.
Then the high priest told him that there was such money laid up for the relief of the widows and fatherless children.
Corbin was supposed to be for widows and fatherless children. That stash of money that was set aside was supposed to be for the poor. So why would in Matthew they sit back here and make people poor to give to the poor? That doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna make an older man and wife be poor so I can give to poor people. They bastardized the real meaning behind the monies that were supposed to be given and supposed to be held by the priests in the temple. Yeah. So he says there was money, there is money here, but that money is supposed to be for the poor that we set aside. Yeah. That dude Simon knows that. Simon knew that money was supposed to be for the poor. Read on.
Verse 11. And that some of it belonged to Hyrcanus, son of Tobias, a man of great dignity, and not as their wicked Simon had misformed.
He said, and there was a particular guy that gave a large donation to the temple. He gave a donation to the Korban. And Simon knew it. Read on.
The sum whereof in all was 400 talents of silver and 200 of gold.
So this rich man, Hyrcanus, gave extra to the body, to the Korban, and it wasn't like we're stacking up money. This man gave a large sum for the poor and the needy. Read on.
And that it was altogether impossible that such wrongs should be done unto them.
He says it's not fair to take these resources and give it to the Greeks. This was supposed to be for the poor. Read on.
That had committed it to the holiness of the place, and to the majesty and inviolable sanctity of the temple, honored over all the world.
Read on.
But Heliodorus, because of the king's commandment given him, said that in any wise it must be brought into the king's treasury.
He said, listen, man, I'm sorry to hear that, but anyway, man, we got to take it.
No matter who,
I'm under orders.
No matter who's it belongs
But
to.
the problem is nobody would have said nothing if Simon wouldn't have did this dirtbag move. So, why are we going to this verse at all? We're going to this chapter to explain what the Korban, the purest intention of the Korban was for the fatherless and the widow. So they actually had money set up to keep these widows taken care of. Say, for instance, if this widow, her husband died, they'd give her money to pay for servants to do the work. So she wouldn't have to sit back here and do this work on her own. That's how you take care of her. There were programs obviously established to take care of the fatherless children. But they had money set aside to do this. That's what the Korban was supposed to be, right? But because as different high priests came in, different wicked influences started to rise, now you start having the Korban being exploited for the priest's personal gain. And then the poor were being exploited The people were doing wrong. Now we're going to go into another story that shows how the Most High switched the heart of the leadership of the Romans to go against the priests because the priests weren't doing the poor right in Jerusalem. Where we're going to go now is Wars of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 9, Paragraph 4. Wars of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 9, Paragraph 4. Now this, once again, we're in the time of the Romans, and we're also in the time where the priests were hustling the poor. The priests were hustling the poor. So we're going to see how the Most High, all of a sudden now, the nation start treating the priests.
What's that number again?
It's Wars of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 9, Paragraph 4. Let's read that. Give me somebody else to read it. Last shot. Let's get you in.
Elisha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Banya Shal.
Elisha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Banya Shal. I'm with you. What? Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah.
All right, let's get paragraph 4.
War of the Jews, chapter 9, or book 2, chapter 9, paragraph 4. After this, he raised another disturbance by expending that sacred treasure, which is called Corban, upon aqueducts.
So what's happening is Pontius Pilate, the Spirit moved Pontius Pilate to take all the Corban money and put it on aqueducts in the city. But why did the Most High do that? He's like, you're not using it for the right reason, so I'm going to take it. But this comes from the Most High. So these priests can sit back here and get mad at Pontius Pilate, the Edomite Roman, who's doing dastardly evil things to us and taking the Corban money. But you were taking the Corban money.
You were doing it too.
So now you're mad that the bigger crook took your money when you was crooking the people yourself. Most like if the Corban money isn't going to go to my poor and my defenseless people, then you ain't going to have it.
Yep.
This is how the Most High thinks, right? Read it from the top again.
It says, after this, he raised another disturbance by expending that sacred treasure, which is called Corban.
It's sacred because it's supposed to go to the people.
Yeah.
The poor and the widow and the fatherless. Read on.
Whereby he brought water from the distance of 400 slaki. He said he spent the sacred treasure, which is called Corban, upon aqueducts. Whereby he brought water from the distance of 400 forelongs. At this, the multitude had great indignation.
Yeah, everybody was mad. Everybody is complaining. The priests were complaining. The people were complaining. But hey, the Most High's like, I don't care what the priest is complaining about. You weren't taking care of the people with it.
Build some utilities with it.
That's exactly. I'm going to use your money to build the utilities in your city.
Man.
It was a bogus project. But that was the Most High getting them. So the Most High was using Esau to get us for our wrongdoing. Doesn't it make sense? Read on.
They came about his tribunal and made a clamor at it.
So they sat back here and went up and went to their Congress and complained and established their verbal petitions to say this is wrong. Read on.
Now when he was apprised beforehand of this disturbance, he mixed his own soldiers.
So listen, so he's like, listen, these niggas want to complain and protest, right? Hell no, we won't go. This ain't fair. This ain't fair. He said, okay, I'm going to mix soldiers in with the protesters.
That's fine.
So they're not going to be dressed in soldier gear.
So
they're not going to know.
You're just going to look like the rest.
And they're going to get popped on when they start seeing the instigators.
Wow.
Soldiers is going to pop them out and bust them up.
this is awesome.
But this is what the Jews get for taking advantage of the poor. Listen, Pontius just say, man, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I shouldn't be doing this with the Corban money. The Most High got Pontius like, man, forget these dudes. I'm taking that money. The Most High is in control of the king, of the mind of the king, right? That's what Proverbs 21 says. So when Pontius wants to be evil to the Jews, He gonna let him be evil because we're evil to our people. When we're good to our people, Esau's good to us. Message. Read that, huh?
He says, he mixed his own soldiers and their armor with the multitude, and ordered them to conceal themselves under the habit of private men.
He's out. You were like a private citizen in the protest.
Undercover side.
Undercover side. Kinda. Read on.
And not indeed to use their swords, but with their staves to beat those that made
God. Don't kill them. Just beat their ass. Don't kill them. Just use your staves to beat them.
That's that Rodney King.
That's Rodney King stuff. Nobody wants to ask why did Mosai sting Rodney King like this? What was he doing? That's not the point. Let's continue to go out.
He then gave the
Israel gets mad at these type of conversations. Israel gets mad. Israel's like, oh, you guys never take the black man's side. I get it. But this ain't what I'm reading. What are we reading? We're reading, you know what? What we're doing right, Esau be backing off of us.
Giving tithes out.
They're giving tithes and giving money to the temple. They're helping us.
This is the Romans, right?
This is the Romans. Maccabees was the Greeks.
Yeah.
This is the Romans. But it don't matter who was in charge. If we're living right, they take care of us.
So the Romans, the Greeks,
the Persians, the Babylonians,
wow.
it goes on and on and on.
Consistent.
And then when the nations want to be negative, he takes them out. If we're on point and they're negative, he removes them and brings somebody else in. But if we're negative, Esau is relentless on us. Or the powers that be are relentless on us. This is a 600, 700 year of history that keeps telling us the same thing.
Yeah.
This isn't a war's opinion. This is not opinion. People are like, nah, I don't believe this, man. That ain't right. Yes, sir?
That's what it says, power is not a terror to good works.
That's what I was saying. If there's good works, they're not going to be against you.
Yeah.
When you're out of the spirit, they're against you. Listen, I'm not making this up. Everybody's quiet. I don't know, man. This ain't fair. This ain't fair, man. Because you know what it does? It kills that angry black man position. That's what it does. It kills the angry black man.
You can't point the finger.
You can't point. You guys say, what did I do? And that's humbling. And that don't feel good. And we know it. But we got to look at ourselves too. Let's keep going.
He then gave a signal from this tribunal to do as he had bidden.
He said, listen, man, execute order 66. We're going to bust up Judites. We're going to bust up complaining Judites because, you know what? We're going to get this tribunal to get this thing. We're going to get this money. We're going to do this public works. We're going to have these hard hat guys go into your land and tear stuff up with your money. You paying for it.
The aqueducts will be built.
Yeah, they will be built. Whether you like it or not. Read on,
Now the Jews were so sadly beaten that many of them perished by the stripes they received.
they got beat to death.
That's what we're talking about.
Listen, that happened in 92. Damn near.
Yeah.
They said they were badly beaten.
I mean, it wasn't like he tapped him like,
Nah, bro.
ruler, don't do that.
They were getting beat because they were fighting back too.
Yeah.
They felt it was an unjust situation.
Yeah,
I get it. Because they just don't understand the spiritual ramifications to the priesthood being wicked. That's what they didn't understand.
And it shows we're surface in our understanding a lot of times.
But listen, you got to really be in the book to understand this. The priests were wicked. The priests were exploiting the poor. So why would the Most High reward these priests with this extra money? Why would he do that? That's not fair to the poor. Read on.
It says that many of them perished by the stripes they received, and many of them perished as trodden to death.
Golly, bro. Read on.
Them horses out there too.
Damn, man.
This is by which means.
And all people were running around and trying to escape and getting trampled. People were getting trampled. Read on.
By which means the multitude was astonished at the calamity of those that were slain and held their peace.
Okay, brother, listen, this is what happens when the priests, that's when they got quiet.
Yeah.
But you know what? And I know everybody was mad at the Romans and it felt the Romans were wrong. But listen, the Most High put that in the spirit of Pontius Pilate, because we were taking advantage of the Korban money ourselves. Brother, let that go and go to Josephus 18.
I should have followed what Christ said. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar.
John, I want to hear that. Because that makes Christ come like a sellout. That makes him sound like a sellout. And that's what they were saying. Josephus 18, 3 and 2.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 18, chapter 3, verse 2, or point 2. But Pilate undertook to bring a current of water to Jerusalem, and did it with the sacred money, and derived the origin of the stream.
Listen, he said he took the current water to Jerusalem and did it with their money. Read on.
And derived the origin of the stream from the distance of 200 furlongs. However, the Jews were not pleased with what had been done about this water.
But they already had water. The Jews never had problems with water, right? They had water, right? They had water underground. Why are these aqueducts? We got water on tap. The Jews never had a problem with water. That's why they were pissed off. It was a meaningless, frivolous use of funds. Read on.
And many 10,000s of the people got together and made a clamor against him, and insisted that he should leave off the sign. Some of them also used reproaches and abused the man.
They were cussing him out.
As crowds of such people usually do. So he habited a...
Listen, man, they were cussing him out, man. Yeah. I understand. They were cussing out Pilate. Pilate was doing them dirty. Read on.
So he habited a great number of his soldiers in their habit, who carried daggers under their garments, and sent them to a place where they might surround them. So he bade the Jews himself.
So Jake was all hyped up cussing out Esau. They didn't realize they were getting surrounded out. Read on.
He says, so he bade the Jews himself go away. But they boldly casting reproaches upon him, he gave the soldiers that signal which had been beforehand agreed on.
He bared out the sword and belt.
That's what I'm saying, that. Read on.
Who laid upon them much greater blows than Pilate had commanded them, and equally punished those that were tumultuous, and those that were not. Nor did they spare them in the least. And since the people were unarmed, and were caught by men prepared for what they were about, there were a great number of them slain by this means, and others of them ran away wounded. Thus, an end was put to this sedition.
So when you read about in Romans what Paul is saying, where do you think he's getting this information from? Right? This situation. Do what you're told. Let the Spirit work out what it's going to work out. Right? Once again, why did I go here?
You can do all that protesting, picketing, holding signs,
Bro,
or sit-ins, and catch a beat down.
Kind of, because you're not supposed. You're getting into the affairs that the Most High got on that side. That's just what it is. What is he saying? If the priest would have sat back here and did right by the people, then Esau wouldn't have came down and started exploiting and taking advantage of the priest. And that negative trickled downhill. And that's the truth. That's not opinion. That's the scriptures. We just read about how corrupt the Levites were. And these are the consequences of being as corrupt as they were. Now we're going to go to Luke chapter 20. Luke chapter 20, verse 9 through 19.
Well, there's a portion in this, Josephus. I don't know if you want to bring it out, but Christ mentioned that too. It's right here. It says Pilate on this occasion mingled their blood with sacrifices. So, meaning, as they were sacrificing, they were bleeding themselves.
Let's do it a little bit later, man.
Yeah, you want to bring it up later.
Because we got to get. I'm trying to get as much as we can out of this. This is a very important verse. I think we clarified this beginning part of the class. Kind of explained how corrupt the priesthood was, how corrupt and how negative and the negative influences that they use their power and leverage to extort people, to take away from the widow, to take away from the poor and the fatherless, right? I think that's pretty clear. Now let's read what Christ has to say about this conduct through a parable. Luke 20 and 9.
Luke 20 and verse 9. Then began he to speak to the people this parable. A certain man planted a vineyard, and led it forth to husbandmen, and went into a far country for a long time.
Okay.
And at the season he sent a servant to the husbandmen, that they should give him of the fruit of the vineyard.
So listen. The man that left the vineyard was Christ. Most High, but it's really Christ. He left for the vineyard and left the husbandman in charge of working the fruit and operating the fruit. And we know the fruit's the people, right? The vineyard is Israel. We read that in Isaiah. Okay, read on.
But the husbandman beat him and sent him away empty.
Mm-hmm.
And again he sent another servant, and they beat him also, and entreated him shamefully.
Read it from the top, verse 9 again.
Verse 9. Then began he to speak to the people this parable. A certain man planted a vineyard, and led it forth to the husbandman, and went into a far country for a long time.
So the husbandman was in charge of the land. Okay, but the Most High was going to send a servant to retrieve the fruits of the work. Right? Read on.
And at the season he sent a servant to the husbandman, that they should give him of the fruit of the vineyard.
So listen, the servant went to the husband to get the harvest, pretty much. Read on.
But the husbandman beat him and sent him away empty.
So if the husbandman beat him, what did the husbandman get? He got the fruit of the harvest to himself. The husbandman's job was to work the field and make sure that the bounty went to the Lord. The servant was supposed to pick up the bounty and take it home. But the husbandman was like, I want the fruit and the benefit of this bounty, and I don't want to give it up to nobody. Right? Read on.
God. But the husbandman beat him and sent him away empty. It says, and again he sent another servant, and they beat him also, and entreated him shamefully, and sent him away empty.
So now, once again, the Most High sent another servant to go get and reap the benefits of the work of the husbandman. And the husbandman beat another servant and beat him badly. And he left empty-handed. Read on.
Verse 12. And again he sent a third, and they wounded him also, and cast him out.
So this husbandman is hustling out. He's taking all advantage of the resources that was given him just to manage and not keep. Okay? And every servant that comes to reap the benefits of the work, they get beat and injured. Read on.
Then said the Lord of the vineyard, what shall I do? I will send my beloved son. It may be they will reverence him when they see him.
So now he's saying the Most High got to send Christ down to receive the benefits of the work that the husbandman was hired to do. Read on.
But when the husbandmen saw him, they reasoned among themselves, saying, this is the heir. Come, let us kill him, that the inheritance may be ours.
Because it was always about exploiting the resources for themselves. The husbandman took a job. He was supposed to be a worker, and he took it as it was his land and his resources and his people. So he's like, listen, if we kill this son, this land will be ours forever, and nobody can take it from us. Okay? You getting where this is going, right?
Sounds like, well, I ain't gonna say that yet.
Let's keep going.
So they cast him out of the vineyard and killed him.
They cast him out and they killed the heir. This husbandman that was supposed to sit back here and be a watchman and take care of the vineyard and give all the fruit of it to the servants and eventually the heir, they killed the heir because their intention was to keep the resources to themselves. Read on.
What therefore should the Lord of the vineyard do unto them?
What's the Lord going to do when he finds out that his son is killed? Read on.
He shall come and destroy these husbandmen, and shall give the vineyard to others.
And shall give the vineyard to others. And this is what's being explained that the Most High in Christ is going to do. Who is the husbandman? At this point, who is the husbandman?
Pharisees.
The Pharisees and the priests. The priests are the husbandmen that are taking advantage of the people, holding them hostage, and using and exploiting them for everything they can get out of them. They were supposed to develop the fruit, develop the sons and daughters, so that Christ could come and reap them. Okay? But they weren't doing. They were exploiting and taking. And read verse 16 again.
God, verse 16. He shall come and destroy these husbandmen.
He's going to destroy this priesthood. It was a family line racket. The Most High's got to come break this racket up. Break this racket of wicked individuals. You got to break it up. Then it says, and read it again. So he said, destroy the husbandman. Read on.
And shall give the vineyard to others.
And give the vineyard to others. Other people that are going to take care of the flock. And this is the movement that Christ is introducing to the people. The Levitical priesthood had to break up and get sent to different Israelites that are scattered all throughout the world to get this knowledge and find the ones who want to commit themselves to taking care of the flock and give the flock to those individuals so they can do right by my people. He says, I can't no longer depend on these Levites to take care of Israel. So he has to break up the institution of the Levites being responsible for the people and sit back and put it in the hands of people who got a better heart. Now listen, what does that mean? They're less technically sound. They know less and less about the Torah law, but they got a better heart. That's what the Most High in Christ is looking for. Where's your heart? Where's your intention? Where's your love? Because I can keep bringing Levites if it's about technicality, but these guys were technical with no love. So let me sit back and develop through Christ and his teaching and all the apostles that were spread out in the world. Let them teach his word to Israelites from all around the world who were referred to as non-nations or non-Israelites. Let me get the word to them, touch them, so they can teach my people. Because they'll do a better job than this crooked Levite priesthood that's corrupting the nation. Does that make sense? Read on. Read verse 16 again.
Verse 16. Luke 20 and verse 16. He shall come and destroy these husbandmen, and shall give the vineyard to others. And when they heard it, they said, God forbid. And he beheld them and said, what is this then that is written? The stone which the builders rejected.
Who is the stone? Christ is the chief cornerstone. The Pharisees rejected Christ, but that same stone that the Pharisees rejected and killed. Read on.
The same has become the head of the corner.
The head of the corner of the new priesthood.
Wow.
The new movement of teaching the nation. They thought by killing Christ, they would remove him and maintain the priesthood forever. All they did is establish the foundation of the new priesthood that was going to replace these Pharisees that ended up killing Christ.
And they shamed themselves.
They shamed themselves. The Most High already was telling him, Christ, like, you guys are out, you guys are gone. You guys are getting removed. You won't be here for much longer. And when you kill me, you make me a martyr, and my example is patterned after the rest of the world. Or the rest of the world patterns after my example. And then you get pushed out the way. The Levites get pushed out the way. So now the followers of Christ lead other students. And they become responsible for the body. Yes, sir.
And would that be the transition then to discipleship?
Yes. That's exactly what it is. Disciple turns to apostleship. Because the disciples are getting developed as we speak. So then when Christ dies, they become the apostles. They become responsible for the sheep. And then it goes into 2 Timothy 2 and 2. Teaching faithful men who will teach others also.
Yep. And even Christ told Peter, he said, you're going to be the head of the church.
Come on.
He said, unto you I give the keys to the kingdom of heaven. So now that leadership, the authority was passed down to Peter.
Come on. And then it went to Paul. Because it was Peter, and he had a certain jurisdiction in Jerusalem, and then Paul had his jurisdiction around the world. But that Levitical priesthood got wiped out. And by 70 AD, it was no more. But the apostleship kept going.
Yep.
So, read verse 17.
Verse 17. And he beheld them and said, what is this then that is written? The stone which the builders rejected, the same has become the head of the corner. Whosoever shall fall upon that stone shall be broken.
Mm-hmm.
But on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder.
Read on.
And the chief priest and the scribes the same hour sought to lay hands on him.
Yeah, they wanted him dead. Read on.
And they feared the people.
They wanted him dead because they said, these guys talking about me. He's talking about us. You're saying that we're going to fall and get eradicated, and I'm also going to work through others to get this work done. Because others who are going to take this responsibility more seriously. Read on.
They understood the parable, though.
They understood it.
Yeah, they got that.
They
It's
understood.
hard for them to get that one.
Listen, they understood they were on their way out.
Yeah.
And Christ represented them having to go. Whether they killed him or not, it was going to happen. They were going to get replaced. This Levitical priesthood had to get replaced by them of another nation. Read now. Go back to
All his rackets get broken
Second
up.
Ezra chapter 1 verse 24. The Most High, listen, Christ and the Most High was breaking up these rackets out.
He broke the
These
temple racket up.
institutions. Well, he broke the kingship, the king and prince racket. Now he's breaking up the priest racket. Okay, and he'll break our racket up if we're not taking care of the people. He's been breaking up camp rackets for 20 years, 30 years.
What happened? I don't know what happened.
He's been breaking up camp rackets. Second Ezra 1 and 24.
Second Ezra 1 and verse 24. What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob, thou Judah? Wouldest not obey me?
The princes didn't obey him. The priests didn't obey him. Read on.
I will turn me to other nations.
I'm going to turn to King Cyrus, King Nebuchadnezzar. All these other nations are going to sit back here and be over y'all and be over the people because they'll keep my people in order better than y'all. Read on. And
They don't want. They're not going to put their hands in the Corbin money.
con. And then the priest, when you get your chance, you're going to screw up too, take advantage of my people, and I'm going to give the priesthood to another nation. And that's what it's saying now. Read on.
The dispensing of policy and authority.
Yep. Con. Matter of fact,
resources.
it goes.
Just to clarify a little
It goes back to, if I'm not mistaken. Read Ecclesiasticus 10 in verses 8. Ecclesiasticus 10 and 8, real quick.
Ecclesiastes 10 in verse 8. Because of the unrighteous dealings, injuries, and riches got by deceit.
Like the priest did and the princes did. Read on.
The kingdom is translated from one people to another.
The kingdom of leadership in the position of authority in Jerusalem, and the priesthood gets translated from one group to another group. He's translating power and shifting power based on how good or bad you did with people. So now we're back to Second Ezra 1 and 24, and it says, I will turn me to other nations, and unto those will I give my name. That is talking about these Israelites that were scattered all throughout the world that had lost the Most High's name. Now they're going to get it again and get another opportunity to lead Israel. Not all the Israelites, but the Israelites that got the Spirit of Christ in them, that want to pursue the Most High. The Most High will give you the Spirit to look after the flock. Now he has to break up the system of how men are taught, the system and way of how people are developed, because the priesthood was found corrupt. Does that make sense? And this is why when you read Jeremiah and Hebrews, that when we get to the kingdom, and the only way for us to get the kingdom and it works out right is he has to change our stony heart. Listen, Israel, if we got the kingdom again now, we take advantage of each other.
Yeah.
We can't get the kingdom until he takes that wicked heart out of us, that malignant root in us.
But we had to show the effort that we want to remove it.
That we're at least trying to fight us.
Because people want to say, oh, well, then why don't you just take it out of us? It's just like, why he allowed Adam to sin?
Yeah.
Because it had to be revealed what was in the
We
heart.
got some questions on it.
Yes, sir.
Now, I was saying, would that be like Zephaniah chapter 3 and verse 9? Just talking about the name.
But then will I turn to the people, Zephaniah 3:9. But then will I turn to the people a pure language that they may all call upon my name of the Lord and serve me with one consent.
Here we go.
What you got?
No, he was asking a question.
I'm so sorry. What's that?
Be like?
No, I was just saying, would that be like Zephaniah 3 and 9? Turning back the name of the Lord, being able to serve with one consent.
Yeah, pure language.
Come.
'Cause we always
It's
use
the truth. Basically, it's
Yeah.
the truth and
Yes.
knowing how to come back
Bringing
and
back
serve the
people.
Most High internally in spirit.
God.
So then I would converting that heart towards getting to that fleshly.
Well, yes, it is. Us getting the law shows us where we're wrong at. Once we get the law, then it's how hard do you fight to control that malignant root inside of you?
Right.
How hard do you fight? How hard do you commit to get that out of you? It's not about being perfect, but how hard do you fight? And do you fight hard enough to earn the kingdom?
He had a question.
And I noticed that when we respect ourselves as a people, they respect us. But when we don't respect ourselves,
It's the truth. Then they're going to exploit us even more.
yeah,
It goes back. It's the same thing. It's all about us fighting what's inside of us and fixing us.
Yeah. So I want to get a verse
Yes.
too. Ecclesiastes 4 and 5.
Ecclesiastes 4 and verse 5. Turn not away thine eye.
Really, verse 1. Really.
I was going to pull that earlier, but the 4-1 is perfect. Because I was going to put it, I just felt like I was running out of time, but that's a perfect verse. 1 through 5.
Mm-hmm. Really, yeah.
Ecclesiastes.
Let's keep going. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Chapter 4 and verse 1. My son.
See, I was going to go over that in class, man. Come on.
Well, jumping the gun.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I was like, this is
People need to
part of
hear
the
it.
class. We won't go over it again. That what happened.
It's all good.
This is like through 11. I actually had through 11.
It's all good.
I know it was 4 through 11 is
Yeah.
what I was going to do on Monday.
Yeah.
Brother's taking my bars.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It says, my son, defraud not the poor. Of
This is
his
what
living.
guitar to get on Monday. This is get ready.
Yeah. It said defraud not the poor what?
Of his living.
Right. So the Most High, but who is the Most High? Based on this class so far, man, this class is wonderful. Based on this class so far, who is the ones in position to defraud? The leaders. The leadership is the one is who's in question. He says because they have that power to either assist, give assistance, alleviate the pressure of the poor. He said, but do not what?
Do not defraud the poor of his living.
Read on.
And make not the needy eyes to wait long.
Now this is that, or based on what Award just read in Ecclesiastes 10 and 8, because of unrighteous dealings, and riches gotten by deceit, the kingdom is translated from one people to another. So, but he's looking at why. Why does the Most High have to make the leadership change hands so often? Why are we reading about a swapping of the leadership? Read on.
Make not an hungry soul sorrowful.
It said because what the Most High is looking at is the leadership is looking at how much money they can gain. They're looking at exploitation, what they can get out of the situation. But
I gotta say one thing. It might start with good intentions, but years wear men down. Then it starts making it about the money and about my future and about my life. And when that starts to happen, then he has to remove another person and bring a person who has good intentions in. When their intentions wane, he's got to remove them out the way. That's why in Israelite camps, you're going to always get this turnover at the top. It looks like it's chaotic, but it is. But the most I'd rather have it chaotic and have a person who has a good intention here than to keep having the same people here and they ruin the culture.
It's no different than Saul being removed. And then he told Saul, I have one better than thee.
Yep.
That's what he said. He put David right in Saul's place.
And this is what's happening. Most High, what it shows, the Most High has established institutions, but man falls short of maintaining the institution. The institution of kingships was there. We fell short. The institution of the priesthood was there. The institution fell short. So he has to keep replacing and changing these institutions because we keep falling short. Listen, we fell short of the law. We couldn't keep it. So listen, he has to keep making adjustments based on what we keep failing in.
Yep.
So he has to keep this like what do you call it, this rotating chairs of leadership because people just can't stay selfless long enough to help the people until they pass on.
Musical chairs.
That's what. So now I got to remove this guy because now it's about the money. Another person's about his comfort. Got to get him out the way.
It's about the power.
Then he has to keep removing people until the mix is right for as long as he can run it.
Yep.
Then bring another person who's sincere. That's the game. To salvage the flock. I'm sorry.
No,
I just want to bring that point up.
No, that's perfect because that's what we're watching. That's what we're watching right here. Read on.
Ecclesiastes 4 verse 2. Make not a hungry soul sorrowful, neither provoke a man his distress.
Read on.
Add not more trouble to an heart that is vexed, and defer not to give him that
Slack.
Which is neat.
Defer not to give to him that is in need.
Read on.
Reject not the supplication of the afflicted. Neither turn away thy face from a poor man. Turn not away thine eye from the needy, and give him none occasion to curse thee.
Now here's the thing. The minute that you start making as the leadership, the minute you start making the people curse you, as the minute you start making people's lives uncomfortable, and you start defrauding them of their living, of their wages, you start not taking care of, not considering them, not trying to look out for the fatherless or the widows, or not trying to make sure that the poor are taken care of. At that moment, if they curse you, that's when the Most High does what? Read on.
For if he curse thee in the bitterness of his soul, his prayers shall be heard of him that made him.
Mm-hmm.
And so now you got the Most High's attention. So the cries of the poor is what institutes the changing of the guard.
Yes.
That's what allows the Most High to notice. Oh, okay, it's time to put a new leader up. How does the Most High know it's time to put a new leader up? Because the poor is crying.
Yep.
Because people are being neglected.
And it's many poor that are crying.
Yep. And so at that moment, the Most High know, okay, that person got to go. It's time to switch it out. Read on.
Get thyself the love of the congregation.
But how do you get the love of the congregation? Like Onias.
It wasn't about bribing them out.
Yeah, it's not about waxing palms and bribes.
You got to do right by the poor and the widow.
That's how you get the love of the congregation.
That's it. Kinda. It's that simple. Listen, let's go to Exodus 19, verse 1 and 6. The funny thing is, when you read this Exodus, it lets you know the Most High knew, just like Moses said. Remember Moses said when he was preaching, talking to the Jews in Deuteronomy,
Yep.
He said, as soon as I die, you're going to utterly corrupt yourselves.
Yep.
I already know it. But the Most High is like the Most High knew the priesthood wasn't going to sit back here and last. The kingships weren't going to last. The leaders of the Jews weren't going to last. Because the intention of the Most High from the beginning was what we're going to read in this chapter in Exodus. Let me just type it in and we'll go right there. Read that Exodus 19, 1 through 6.
Exodus 19 and verse 1. In the third month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai, where they were departed from
Rephidim.
and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness. And there Israel camped before the mount. And Moses went up to the Most High. And the Lord called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself.
Mm-hmm.
Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests.
The Most High's intention was to always make us a kingdom of priests, not just Levite priests. The Most High's intention was to always make us priests. And it wasn't just relegated to Levi. So as we're sitting back here now, and we're dealing with the fact that Levi was moved out the way, we all have an opportunity to be a priest. But what does that mean? Everybody wants to say the word priest like it's a big time scenario. Priest. Christ explained what a priest is, and he explained it through being a servant. Christ explained what being a priest. We're going to go into it on Monday, but Christ explained what being a priest really is. We want to be priests in the kingdom of priests. What does that mean? A priest is a servant. So we all have the ability to be priests. But do we have the ability and willingness to serve the sick and be a servant to the body and be a servant to the needs of the nation? Because that's what he's expecting of everyone that wants to be a teacher. If you want to teach, do you want to serve? Do you want to live a life of service with no gratification for you? That's what you're being called into. So that kingdom of priests is really, the Most High intended us to be a kingdom of servants. To serve the sick. Read verse 6 again.
Exodus 19 and verse 6. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and an holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel.
Now go to 1 Peter 2, verse 4 through 9.
First Peter 2 and verse 4.
Let me get it. I'm sorry, I got to type some stuff up. First Peter. First Peter 2, verse 4 through 9. Read that.
To whom coming as unto a living stone, disallowed indeed of men, but chosen of the Most High, and precious.
Christ was that living stone that was disallowed by the Pharisees, but was chosen of the Most High and precious. Read on.
Ye also as living stones.
Lively stones.
It's like lively stones.
We have the opportunity to be lively stones if we follow the pattern of Christ, which was the chief cornerstone. He was the pattern that all the other stones are supposed to mold themselves after. Read on.
Are built up a spiritual house and a holy priesthood.
These lively, listen, us as lively stones that are patterning Christ's example and ensample justifies us in his holy priesthood. That's not Levitical at this particular point. Read on, because when Peter was Judah, Paul was Benjamin. Read on.
And holy priesthood to offer up spiritual sacrifices acceptable to the Most High.
But what are the spiritual sacrifices acceptable to the Most High? It's your selflessness. It's your humility. It's what you do for the poor. It's what you do for the fatherless. Your sacrifice to the widows. That is the spiritual sacrifices, not these physical killing of animals and doing all this outside stuff.
But not the building fund.
Not the building fund. It's taking the resources to make sure the body is good. Read on.
Verse 6. Wherefore also it is contained in the scripture, behold, I lay in Zion a chief cornerstone.
Christ is the chief cornerstone, the foundation of our spiritual building that we're supposed to follow. So once again, what we're reading here is Christ is the foundation of the spiritual temple. When you sit back here and read in Ecclesiastes 24, I'm not going to go there, Christ's spirit, the tabernacle and the temple was always symbolic for Christ. Christ was always there in the tabernacle looking after us. But now that that priesthood is done, we're living our life after Christ's pattern of life. And what we're doing for the nation has to pattern Christ's works. And if we do that, we are a lively stone that is the part of a spiritual building that we're all putting together. Read on.
It says, behold, I lay in Zion a chief cornerstone, elect, precious, and he that believeth on him shall not be confounded.
If you listen, you believe in something by how you pattern your life after that. And if we pattern our life after Christ's works, he'll take care of us and bless us. Read on.
Verse 7. Unto you therefore which believe he is precious, be unto them which be disobedient.
But unto them.
But unto them which be disobedient, the stone which the builders disallowed, the same is made the head of the corner.
So he's saying if you don't agree with what Christ was doing, you're not going to be part of this new spiritual building. But if we want to sit back here and be part of this new building and actually have an impact on our people's lives, we have to follow Christ's approach.
And that approach, we was reading in Matthew 23. I don't know if we finished it, verse 37.
Yeah, well, 23, yeah, we did. Well, we did 35. Went to 35, right?
Yeah,
Went to 35. There's more?
Yeah, verse 30. You talking about that pattern? Verse 37.
Go to Matthew 23 and 37.
Matthew 23 and verse 37. O Jerusalem, O Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets.
And he was talking at the time. That conversation was with the Pharisees.
Mm-hmm.
He said, you've been doing what?
That was
killest the prophets.
Yeah, yes. Oh, yes.
That's why I forgot because I put it on Monday.
So Monday. It's a preview. That's a preview.
There's a whole lot of previews.
Yeah.
You will be doing more of this on Monday. So
preview.
just get yourself
it's
together.
It's a snippet. Yeah, go ahead.
I was like, It's my verse. Keep going, that.
Thou that killest the prophets and stonest them which are sent unto thee.
He said, yeah, the prophets been coming to you. You've been killing them, every last one of them. Read on.
How often would I have gathered thy children
And
together?
he's showing you how, this is your example. He said, but my example would have been what?
Gather thy children together.
He said, your method of leadership is scattering people. It's full of exploitation and extortion. He said, I would have been gathering the people together. Read on.
Even as a hen gathered her chickens under her wing.
And what does that mean? That's a form of protection.
Protection, nurturing,
Nurturing.
love.
Yep.
Yep.
He said, that's what I would have been doing.
That chicken's life, that hen's life, her life was given to protecting those chicks.
Yep.
Nothing else mattered. And that's what those followers of Christ had to accept. Are you really are you going to dedicate your life to the sick, or are you going to live to exploit the sick and exploit the needy?
You're the giver or taker.
Kinda. So that's why he's like, I can't sit back and rely on one family of people to do this. I got to find different people from different tribes that got the love in their heart to do this. And I can't pigeonhole one tribe, because one tribe, nobody in one tribe got all that kind of love in one family. You'll sit back and look at family. One person gives a damn about the people, the other one doesn't. You'll sit back and read all throughout history. Hell, even you read Jeremiah, he says he chooses two of a family. Right? That means the whole family ain't always right. The whole family don't always love the Most High. You got to accept that too. But you got the one Levite family got to be super righteous, when in general the whole family don't love the Most High. Even in your family.
Even in your own family, usually it's grandma that kept the family together.
God, I want to live their life.
Oh, one person that held it down to keep everybody together.
God, you mix it with a couple fiends, and what else are you going to do?
Yep.
The one achiever, the fiends, maybe one other person wants the Most High. But we got to rely on just the Levitical priesthood to be honorable. It's not the case. So we're going to pull whoever you got to pull who got that heart in them to follow Christ out. And that's where we're at. And this is why you had to go to another nation, Israel, that's scattered all around, to develop them. You understand what I'm saying?
God, this is beautiful.
Okay. Let's do a couple more verses. Go to St. John 7 and 33.
You can finish that First Peter.
Okay, let's go to 1 Peter. Slack. 1 Peter 2 and what?
2 and 7.
Okay.
1 Peter 2 and verse 7. Unto you therefore which believe he is precious, but unto them which be disobedient, the stone which the builders disallowed, the same is made the head of the corner.
Christ's example was the foundation of the next spiritual movement that we had to learn how to follow. The funny thing was, everything that was done from Moses to Christ was getting ready for Christ's example anyway. We understand that even when reading in Exodus 19, where the Most High intended for us to be a kingdom of priests. Eventually, the priesthood was going to have to be set aside not just to the Levites, but anybody who was going to follow Christ's way. Read on.
Verse 8. And a stone of stumbling, and a rock of offense, even to them which stumble at the word, being disobedient, whereunto also they were appointed.
So Christ can either be what empowers you or exposes you to not get to the kingdom. That's what it's saying. That stone, that example of Christ, is either going to sit back and empower you and get you closer to helping your people out, or that stone is going to be what stumbles you out and is going to sit back and bring out all of your wicked motivations and your wicked intentions. That's what this means. Either the word is going to bring out your best or expose your worst. Read on.
Verse 9. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood.
A royal priesthood. Not just Levi. Anybody of the dispersed amongst Israel who wants to serve and has a desire to serve the Heavenly Father has a chance to be a part of his royal priesthood, which is really royal servants.
That want to be like Christ.
That are royal servants. Priesthood sounds very regal. We're purple and burgundy. Listen, you get in the mud with people. What did Christ show? You gonna wash people's feet?
Yeah.
That's the royal priesthood. You don't get in the mud and lose for the sick. That's what he's looking at. Read verse 9 again.
But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, and holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should show forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness into his marvelous light.
And we know that peculiar people is Israel. But let's make sure that we're clear about that peculiar people. that other nation is really talking about Israelites. First verse we're going to go with St. John chapter 7, verse 33 to 35. We're going to run through a couple of these before it gets too late, because we're already crossing the 2 o'clock boundary, and then we got meeting. St. John 7, verse 33 to 35.
St. John 7 and verse 33.
Hold on one second. I am typing. Read that.
Then Yahushua said unto them, Yet a little while am I with you, and then I go unto him that sent me.
So Christ is like, listen, I'm only going to be here for so much more time, then I got to go back to the Heavenly Father. But they don't think that he's talking about going back to the Heavenly Father. Read on.
Ye shall seek me, and shall not find me. And where I am, thither ye cannot come. Then said the Jews among themselves, Whither will he go? That we shall not find him. Will he go unto the dispersed among the Gentiles?
The dispersed Jews amongst the Gentiles. This is that non-nation that he's talking about in 2nd Ezra chapter 1 and 24. This non-nation is the dispersed Israelites amongst the Jews who call themselves Greeks, Romans, Scythians, Vikings, Visigoths. Is he going to go to those people and teach them? Is that where he's going to go? But the Jews in Jerusalem knew that the dispersed were all around the United States, not the United States, but the world, and they were living under different names. And we didn't classify them as Israelites. We classified them as other nations. So Ezra is even saying, listen, these other nations are going to get called back to duty because the Levites couldn't do their job. That's what's being said. Another verse to prove that is in Isaiah chapter 11, verse 10 through 13. Isaiah 11, verse 10 through 13.
Isaiah 11 and verse 10.
Let me get it real quick. Isaiah 11 and verse 10. Let's read that.
And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse.
This is a prophecy. In that day there will be a root of Jesse. Who was that root of Jesse? That was Christ. Okay? Because we're already past David. David already died. We're in Isaiah. Who's the other root of David? It's Christ. Read on.
Which shall stand for an ensign of the people.
Exactly. Read on.
And it shall be, to it shall the Gentiles.
Read it from the top. Read it from the top.
Come. Isaiah 11 verse 10. And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for an ensign of the people.
Okay. Meaning he's an example for the people. And inside in Isaiah, what do you call it? The chief cornerstone in the New Testament. There's different ways to say Christ is the foundation of the next movement of the development of the nation. Read on.
To it shall the Gentiles seek.
We're going to sit back and find out what those Gentiles, who these Gentiles are talking about. Who are these Gentiles? But he says the Gentiles are going to seek Christ. Read on.
And his rest shall be glorious.
When he dies and he gets resurrected, it's going to be glorious. Read on.
And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people.
Those Gentiles are the remnant of his people that had been scattered from previous captures and diasporas. That's not just talking about the 9.5 tribes, but he's talking about the other diasporas from 70 AD. I mean, from 586 BC. Don't forget, we went to Babylon, and we ended up going from Babylon to Persia. We got spread it all around.
You got disorganized.
We got scattered quickly. Only a handful came back to Jerusalem.
We had to become other nations, like
and assimilate. And everybody assimilated. What am I trying to say? Verse 10 said the Gentiles are going to seek Christ. Verse 11 it says it's going to come to pass that the Lord is going to sit back here and recover the remnant of his people that have been scattered since 722 BC. Well, 705. Right? And all those different diasporas, he's going to sit back and get them back. But how is he going to get them back? By the apostles' movement of teaching the people. That's how he was bringing them back. Reestablishing a new priesthood. Christ's priesthood. Read on.
It says,
read it from the top, verse 11.
And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria and from Egypt and from Pathros, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar.
Shinar is in Babylon. All these different countries. Elam is in the Persian Medo Empire. All these Israelites that were scattered all throughout the world. Egypt, Ethiopia, Persian and Medo Empire, Babylonian Empire, Assyrian Empire. This is all of Israel being scattered around. Read on.
And from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea.
Hamath is closer to Asia Minor, where the what do you call it? The Galatians and Cilicia is, where present day Turkey is. That's where Hamath is. So there's a bunch of Jews up there, and all the islands is up north. Islands is up in Greece. Those are islands too. Let's continue.
If we can read this real quick. Go to Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 20. And why would the Most High set an ensign in the last days to gather those individuals? Because it's part of His promise that He made. Let's read that
Real quick before you go. Don't forget, isles are referred to as continents. Continents wasn't a word back in those days. So it's saying that the islands of the sea. Listen, it's all the countries that have water around it. All the other continents that the Jews were spread around. Not just Babylon, Persia, Egypt, Ethiopia, even though we're all in those spots. It's all those places, Turkey, and all the other continents we were spread around. Okay? And the Most High now is going to sit back here and start retrieving what was lost and giving them a chance to get Christ.
And
You got to go.
just made this one point.
Yeah.
Read that right there. Because in the Most High, He said, we read in Isaiah how He's setting up this ensign to retrieve those individuals, but it's part of a promise the Most High made. Read this in Jeremiah.
Jeremiah 30 and verse 20. Their children also shall be as aforetime, and their congregation shall be established before me, and I will punish all that oppress them, and their nobles shall be of themselves.
Hold on one second. Let me get it.
And
33.
An ensign is a flag or a banner too.
33 verse 20.
It's that one thing that brings everybody to you. But keep going, sir.
Jeremiah 33 and verse 20.
Mm-hmm.
Thus saith the Lord, if ye can break my covenant of the day.
He said, the Most High made a covenant that the sun shall always shine. Mm-hmm. Read on.
And my covenant of the night.
And the Most High put the moon up as a lesser light for the night. Read on.
And that there should not be day and night in their season.
He said that there always will be day and night in their season. Read on.
Then may also my covenant be broken with David my servant.
He said, but also just like you can guarantee that you can guarantee that the sun gonna come up, and you're gonna guarantee that the moon's gonna come up. He said it's guaranteed that the Most High is gonna keep His covenant with His servant who?
David.
See, the Most High made a promise to David. Read on.
That he should not have a son to reign upon his throne.
So He said that he shall not what?
Have a son to reign upon his throne.
So when the Most High allowed the Gentiles to have the authority of the word of the Most High, that would have broken whose promise? That would have broken the Most High's promise to let these actual other nations sit on David's throne. It would have made the Most High a liar. That's how you know that these are Jews that are scattered in these other nations. They're not actual Gentiles. Because it would have broke the covenant that the Most High made with David. Read on.
And with the Levites, the priests, my ministers.
Now listen, the Levites are going to end up being priests again when Christ comes back. And when everything is over, they'll get their position back. I was looking for that verse. But at the meantime, that priesthood is not anymore until the Most High changes our
righteous
what?
Levites.
Until He changes our what? Changes our heart.
Yep.
When He changes that malignant spirit in us, then the Levites can go back to their position. But until then, He got to go to the ones who got the juice, who want to sit back and follow Christ.
Got the juice now.
Yeah. Whoever wants the juice and wants that smoke, you'll have it. Until you don't, I'll move you out the way. You got the juice now, man.
He's passing my Bible out.
You got the juice now, man.
I just want money.
Don't end until you're in a pine box.
Oh my goodness,
That's like
but that's perfect. That's perfect. That's a perfect angle. You got more of that?
Yeah, just finish that.
That's fine.
Where we at? Jeremiah 31, right?
33.
33 in verse 22 now? Or?
Yeah, 22.
Okay. Jeremiah 33, verse 22. As the host of heaven cannot be numbered.
And just like you can't count all the stars, the heaven is immeasurable. Read on.
Neither the sand of the sea measured. So will I multiply the seed of David.
And this is why you know that we're not talking about Israel being isolated in Jerusalem only. That's how you know the Most High, when he said he scattered out his people, he scattered them out to the isles of the sea.
Yep.
He scattered them out from the four corners of the earth. They're everywhere.
Yep.
So, but he didn't break his promise with David. Therefore, you know that he wasn't talking about gathering these actual other nations.
Yep.
Because that would have broke his promise with David. Now go back to finish that in Isaiah 11.
Isaiah 11 in verse 12. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations.
Now he's explaining, listen, verse 10 and verse 12 still gives you this nation concept. But verse 11 told you who it was. Verse 11 told you the remnant of his people.
Yep.
And then verse 12 gets a little deeper too. Read on.
He shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel.
The nations that he's talking about in 2nd Ezra 1:24, all in Isaiah and in John are the outcasts of Israel. The Israelites that the Most High turned his back on because they didn't want to serve the Most High during the Northern Kingdom time.
No.
They didn't want to serve the Most High during the time of Babylonian Empire.
Taken by the Assyrians.
Exactly, and ones that were taken. Because listen, what people don't realize is, even when the Assyrians conquered the Northern Kingdom, there was a portion of Judites that got sent up there to Assyria also. It wasn't just 9.5. Judah got sent up there in 700s, then in 586 BC, and all the diasporas, we became outcasts over time. But the goal was always to bring them back so they can learn the Most High, and the ones that was touched with the Spirit of Christ, they began to be responsible for the flock themselves also. And this is what opens the door for Peter, Paul, James, all the apostles who were non-Levites who took the responsibility of teaching and caring for the flock.
Yep. James chapter 1 verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, read that. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
James chapter 1 and verse 1. James, a servant of the Most High.
He's a who?
A servant of the Most High.
Read on.
And of the Lord Yahushua.
And he's a servant of Christ. Read on.
To the 12 tribes.
Who did James in the New Testament write this whole book to?
To the 12 tribes.
To the whole world?
To the 12 tribes.
Go ahead.
Which are scattered abroad.
And where are the 12 tribes at? They're scattered abroad.
Just like you read in Isaiah. All these prophets that are teaching in the New Testament, what are they basing their message on? The Old Testament. They didn't have the New Testament. What were they writing these ankles off of? The Old Testament. They was writing it off of what Ezra was saying. That's what they were doing. All these guys, they were going off the Apocrypha and the Bible. They didn't have the Josephus, did they? They didn't have the New Testament. They were writing it based off their understanding of the Old Testament. And they were using Isaiah's concept to explain what's being written in James and Matthew 28. Somebody give me that. Matthew 28, verse 16 through 20.
Matthew chapter 28.
Verse 16.
God. It says, Then the 11 disciples went away into Galilee, into a mountain where Yahushua had appointed them. And when they saw him, they worshipped him, and some doubted.
But some, like Thomas, doubted if that was really Christ. Christ had to show him his hands to prove it was him. Read on.
And Yahushua came and spake unto them, saying, All power is given unto me in heaven and in earth.
Because he won the victory. He conquered death. Read on.
Go ye therefore, and teach all nations.
But now we know what he's saying when he says, go and teach all nations. Because in every nation there was a who? There was an Israelite. Because we were scattered all throughout the nations. Babylon, Persia, Turkey, Greece, Rome,
Elam,
everywhere. The
Ethiopia.
country of Persia, country, everywhere. Ethiopia, Egypt. Go everywhere and teach. Read on.
Teach all nations, baptizing them in the Spirit, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Which is the scriptures. Read on.
Teaching them to observe all things, whatsoever I have commanded you.
So your job is to teach these people, like 2 Timothy 2:2 says, that will teach others and commit the work to other people. Find responsible people who want to dedicate their life to being servants. That's what Christ is saying.
He said, "I am the good
Teach
shepherd."
this- yeah,
he
exactly.
said, "The good shepherd laid his life down for the flock."
So teach the people how to lay their life down for the body, like I taught you how to lay your life down for the body. That's the movement. Because the Levites didn't want to do it. They didn't want to commit their life to the sick. So we got to go and find people who want to commit their life to others and pour our spirit into them and invest our spirit into them. But now we understand what this is talking about. Find those outcasts of Israel that we were reading about in Isaiah, 2nd Esdras. Okay? Read that. Will we finish that verse?
No.
Read on.
20 from the top. Teaching them to observe all things, whatsoever I have commanded you. And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Amen.
Now, before they had to go scatter out to all the countries, read Luke 24 and 45.
Luke 24, verse 25.
No, 24, 45 to 49.
Luke 24, verse 45.
Okay.
Then opened he their understanding, that they might understand the scripture.
Mm-hmm.
And he said unto them, Thus it is written, and thus it behooved Yahushua to suffer, and to rise from the dead the third day.
Okay.
And that repentance and remissions of sins should be preached in his name among all nations, beginning at Jerusalem.
So all he's saying is, listen, before you start jumping out to other nations, make sure the Jews in Jerusalem know the right way the scripture is supposed to be taught. Work on them first, then start going to all the other countries on earth and teach the Jews in all the other countries. Read on.
And ye are witnesses of these things. And behold, I send the promise of my Father upon you. But tarry ye in the city of Jerusalem, until ye be endued with power from on high.
Until the Most High starts giving you spiritual power, because he understood that the power is what the people were going to start following. This is why when you read in Acts chapter 4, we're not going to go there, all the power of what Peter and them was doing, and then the Pharisees start losing power when Peter and brothers that was rolling with Peter start doing miracles in front of the people. They start following them. And that was how the Most High used bait to pull them away from that Levitical priesthood.
Yeah.
Now, I want to go to Matthew 27 and 51 because this one act kind of was symbolic for Levi losing their position and the movement of Christ kind of being instituted and getting built up. So Matthew 27 and 51.
Matthew 27 verse 51. And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom, and the earth did quake, and the rocks rent.
So listen, when Christ died, the veil in the temple, the veil that separates the holy place from the Holy of Holies, broke. And what that was symbolic of was that the Levite priesthood no longer was going to be in position to even take on the sacrifices of the nation. Christ was that last sacrifice for the nation. So it wasn't about the Levites' example and their words. They couldn't sit back here and advocate for the nation for the Most High. Because before that, the high priest would advocate to the Most High for the sins of the people. So that position of the high priest was eliminated after Christ died because he had to sit back. Christ gave his life up for the sins of the people in perpetuity. It goes into this in detail in Hebrews chapter 9. It says, annually having the high priest sacrifice in the Holy of Holies didn't change the sins. But Christ's lifestyle and how he carried himself is the solution to eternal life.
That's
so the priesthood got wiped out after Christ died. What's that?
That's why he said in Matthew during the transfiguration, he said, behold, this is my son, it said, in whom I'm well pleased. And he told Peter, James, and John, he said, hear ye him. So he said, that you follow him from this point on.
Con.
He didn't say you follow the priest.
Con.
He said, this is the one you follow. He said, I'm pleased with his actions.
Con. Because they lost their position.
Yep.
They lost their position and their power and their influence, and they started speedily, they started losing it quickly after this process. So Christ is moving with these 11 disciples. First, they got him another 12. They got him a 12th by casting lots, and then they went out there and started pushing.
It was a revolution within the church.
Con. But within the hierarchy of Israel. So once again, Second Ezra explained chapter 1 verse 24 how the revolution of the priesthood, that the princes and kings got eradicated, and he used the nations as leverage to make sure the poor were treated better. Then he took out the priesthood because the priesthood wasn't treating the people right. And he gave individual Israelites that were scattered throughout the entire earth a chance to live and be a servant of the people.
And that's a major contrast from the era of Judges, when it was every man, every idea, every priest, every spiritual figure for himself. After Moses was gone, and we had the time period of Judges, there was sanctuaries with like 30 gods in it.
Yeah.
People were going picking, well, this is the guy I want to use for today. I want to pick this guy for tomorrow. Then you had that sanctuary where they had an image of the Most High. They had a idol,
a graven image. It was a graven image
that symbolized the Heavenly Father. So we're just looking at different eras of the hierarchy of Israel and how the Most High is steadily, still firmly molding and perfecting his hierarchy so that the people can have better leadership. Until
we get to the end,
and
we all show the Most High through our works if we're worthy of making the kingdom or not.
Right.
And then the ones who make the kingdom, then we end up sitting back here, and then he'll change our heart, our stony heart, and give us a pure heart, and then we can govern this world properly once he changes our heart. Yes.
Hosea chapter 8 verse 8. And that's leading up to where we are now. And in Second Ezra chapter 1 verse 24, it makes a lot of sense about what the Most High said he was going to do. Read that.
Hosea 8 verse 8. Israel is swallowed up.
He said what? He said Israel is what?
Swallowed up.
He said so because we didn't want to look out for the poor. We didn't want to consider the widows and the fatherless. He said Israel shall be what?
Swallowed up.
Swallowed up by who?
Now shall they be among the Gentiles.
So now, like we read in Matthew about where shall Christ go? Shall he go amongst the dispersed, the outcast of the Gentiles, the dispersed of the Gentiles? Why? Who is in the dispersed of the Gentiles?
Israel.
It's Israel. It wasn't the Gentiles themselves. It was the ones who got swallowed up in the lands of the Gentiles.
Yep.
He said there's Israel swallowed up. Read on.
As a vessel wherein is no pleasure.
And their life in those other countries, they shall not have what?
Pleasure.
There'll be no pleasure. Because they're outcasts in those areas.
Yep. And then they're not even, they're classified as a non-Israelite group.
They're the white man's burden, man.
Yep. Y'all understand? We're going to shut it down unless there's anything else brothers want to say. I think we drove the point down. We might try to finish up the last 15 verses of Ezra another day. Or we'll just go straight into Nehemiah. More than likely, we'll go right into Nehemiah next week. But you see how there's a lot of meat in Ezra, and we can sit back here and teach forever on that topic. I kind of want to get through the history and then maybe come back to Ezra later. But what we're going to do is send our prayers real quick to the Most High. Imagine Mupanya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shah.
In the name of Yahweh Shah.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael Allah.
Send Michael Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For indeed,
For indeed,
He is our hope.
is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa.
Hahawa.
Nothing Haftarah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothing
Award. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothing Ha'ayim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothing Shemon. Zayaf. Lamashak. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'awa.
Hama'awa.
Laduad.
Laduad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama. Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Payah.
Payah.
Manawathiyawa.
Manawathiwa.
Qatar.
Qatar.
Haramwan.
Haramwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Haroria.
Haroria.
Tizayawan.
Tizayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ath. Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
Ay.
Ay.
Harbalom.
Harbalom.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'Shem.
Ba'Shem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachmano.
Rachmano.
Washualit.
Washualit.
Wabiat.
Wabiat.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'Shem.
Ba'Shem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachmano.
Rachmano.
Washualit.
Washualit.
Wabiat.
Wabiat.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'Shem.
Ba'Shem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachmano.
Rachmano.
Washualit. Wabiat.
Wabiat.
Support.
Support.
Yahweh. Ba'Shem.
Ba'Shem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachmano.
Rachmano.
Washualit. Wabiat. Support.
Support.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahushua.
All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all love, all patience, all power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. Ba'Shem, Yahushua, the water, Yat, Aman. Circle up.
Just say something. I'll go.
Yes. Let's do it.
Coming out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Wa'ashai, Wakasha, Allah, Miv, Israel, Amajo, Rock,
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua Barakatah.
Kumashal,
Kwameshal. That's Matah.
Judgment to the face sisters, shooting out, and then daughters of God, Miv, Israel, Amajo, Rock,
Yahweh Shema Alatham Ba'Shem Yahushua. That's Matah. Dismiss. Voila. The one is for tuning in. Next time, don't do that because it's the black thing. It's covering the thing.
Oh.